Murderoni and Cheese, A Sunny Side Up Cozy Mystery, Book 4. Written by Rosie A. Point. Narrated by Abigail Reno. Chapter 1. Sonny, sweetheart, if I wasn't such a pacifist, I would have wrung her neck, Aunt Rita said from behind the coffee bar in the Sunny Side Up Café. It was a lovely warm afternoon. Fall was never that cold in Parfait, Florida, and the cafe bustled with activity. Folks eating their lunches, servers rushing between the circular tables with their checked white and yellow tablecloths, and the low hum of chatter and occasional bursts of laughter from the customers. A perfect day, barring my anxiety over having to interact with people in the cafe, and what Aunt Rita had said. "Wrung her neck?" I asked, shifting a tray to the side and leaning an elbow on the countertop. "Like a chicken." Aunt Rita, with her gray bob and all-seeing gaze, made a swift ringing motion with her hands. "That's how we did it back in my day." I don't even know how to respond to that. "With the chickens, I mean, not the people," Aunt Rita continued with a sly smile. She had a wicked sense of humor. "Anyway, my point is, Gwendoline Meyer is absolutely insufferable." My aunt had arrived back in Parfait about a week ago, after a month-long cruise, with a tan and her usual plucky personality. Naturally, she jumped at the chance to help me solve a little problem I was having with the local baking club, the Baking Biddies, and their leader, Gwendoline. "You didn't have to go through all this trouble," I said. "I'm not even ready to audition for the Baking Biddies." "They shouldn't have banned you in the first place." "They thought I left a box of inedible cookies on Gwendoline's front step, with a piece of tooth inside." Aunt Rita pulled a face. "In my defense," I said, "I didn't leave the cookies there myself, and the tooth was Nick's. Long story." "Good heavens," Aunt Rita replied. "I could have used that information last night." "What happened at the club?" Aunt Rita had gone to a meeting of the Baking Biddies to confront Gwendoline about my ban from auditioning. It was the most exclusive club in Parfait, and I'd hoped to join in an effort to boost my reputation, settle into my new town, and prove a point. That I could look after myself. A big step, since I'd been a kept woman until not too long ago. Of course, my aunt going to the club and trying to fight my battle for me kind of stepped on that point. But stopping Aunt Rita when she was on the warpath was like holding back a tsunami with telepathy. Futile. Impossible. "They tried to stop me at the door," Aunt Rita said, breaking into the tale after a sip of coffee. "But I commanded them aside." "How?" "Oh, Rachel, who watches the front of the club, has a few skeletons in her closet," Rita said, pursing her lips. "Skeletons that I happen to be well acquainted with. She knew better than to hold me back." Rita stepped out from behind the coffee counter, sweeping her arms wide, her aptitude for the dramatic clear. Once inside, I marched straight up to Gwendoline. Silence fell in the room. The attendees of the baking club meeting stared, paling before the impending altercation. And then I said to Gwendoline that she had better let you audition to enter the club or else. "You shouldn't have," I said. "I don't want you to get in trouble." "Sonny, sweetheart, you looked after the cafe for over a month while I was on vacation. Do you really think I'm going to leave you high and dry?" Pride swelled in my chest. I had looked after the place for her and nearly seen it close down a few times as a result, but I'd made it through in the end. "Yeah, but I don't want—" Aunt Rita waved a hand imperiously. "What's Gwendoline going to do? Hit me? Attack me? She knows she can't touch the Sunny Side Up. We're the most popular cafe in town." "Aren't we the only cafe in town?" I asked. "Yes, but there are restaurants. You're missing my point, Sonny, sweetheart. She couldn't touch me if she tried." "So what happened when you confronted her?" Aunt Rita deflated a little, a strange effect on such a tall woman. "Well, she said no." "Oh, yes, but I'm going back there tonight. I won't stop until I've gotten you an audition." "It's okay, Auntie. There's no rush. I'm still learning how to bake," I said. "With Nick's help?" Aunt Rita winked at me, and I had the sudden urge to hurry off and check on the customers. I wasn't working here full-time as a server, but Aunt Rita had decided to keep me on in a managerial role for the days she needed rest. "I should go check on the—" "Don't move." Aunt Rita returned to a stool behind the coffee bar, right next to the cash register. My favorite spot. Her shrewd gaze cut through me. "Tell me what's going on with Nick." "What do you mean?" I asked, trying not to blush. This was dumb. Nick was the chef at the cafe, and though he was devilishly handsome, I wasn't interested. My ex-husband had, first, left me for a mistress, second, left me to deal with Russian mobsters because of his criminal dealings and debt, and third, had the cheek to get himself murdered right here in the cafe. I wasn't interested in relationships. They brought complications. But there was that moment in the kitchen last week when Nick touched your cheek and whispered your name and... "When I arrived last week, you and Nick were both pink-cheeked, like two high school kids caught making out under the bleachers," Aunt Rita said. "Auntie, don't give me that. I know a connection when I see one, and you two have it. The spark." "Auntie, no," I replied firmly. "Sonny, when you first married Damon, I kept my mouth shut about him." "You did?" I asked. "On my wedding day, you told me he was spawned from the devil and that you hoped a portal opened up underneath his feet and sucked him back down from whence he came before he said his vows." "I tried to keep my mouth shut." Aunt Rita pointed at me. "That was my version of not telling you how much I hated him." "Then I don't want to know what the no-holds-barred opinion was." "No, you don't," my aunt replied. "Regardless, I'm not keeping my trap shut this time. Nick likes you." "Nick is the chef. I'm his... well, not his boss, technically, because you're the owner of the cafe, but at least his colleague now, and he's been through a divorce and..." "You're blushing," Aunt Rita said. "Bright red. You wouldn't be blushing if you didn't like him." I glanced around the inside of the cafe, desperately seeking help. But my friend Dee Dee, a server at the cafe, was occupied with the table. "I should go, check on the, I skedaddled off toward the kitchen's swinging doors, pursued by my aunt's delighted laughter. Inside the kitchen, I stopped next to a silver counter and sighed. It was amazing having my aunt back, but boy, she sure knew how to stir things up. First the confrontation with Gwendoline at the Baking Biddies, and now matchmaking. "Sonny," Nick said, grinning at me from behind a gas burner. "Nice to see you. You're looking lovely today." Why on earth did I come in here again? Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. Nick wore his chef's whites, his grin infectious, his blue eyes crystal clear and soft. "Yeah," I said, trying not to stumble over my words. "Nice to meet you today." "To meet me?" He quirked an eyebrow. I had extra espresso." I laughed nervously. "I meant to say it was nice to eat you. I mean, see you. Are you okay?" Nick laughed. The whoop of sirens gave me a great excuse to slip out of the kitchen and into the cafe. A few of the customers had risen from their seats and peered out of the windows at the police cruisers now parked in front of the boardwalk opposite. "What's going on?" I murmured. "No idea," Dee Dee said, appearing next to me. She twirled strands of her black and purple streaked hair around her fingers. "They appeared out of nowhere. I mean, drove up like that. I don't know, there must be something happening on the beach." "Then why are we standing here?" Aunt Rita asked. "Look after the cafe for a few minutes, will you, Dee Dee?" "Sure," the server replied. Curiosity got the better of me, and I joined Aunt Rita in exiting the cafe and gathering on the sidewalk. Parfait was a small town, so a lot of the diners from the Hungry Alligator down the street and from the sunny side up thronged toward the small inlet that led down to the sandy shore. "Don't push," someone growled as Aunt Rita elbowed her way through the crowd, creating a path. We reached the front of the crowd and craned our necks at the commotion down on the beach. Police officers had started setting up a yellow line and were in the process of erecting a tent, while others held up a sheet to shield something from view. "What's going on?" I asked. "It's a body," a woman next to me replied. "Washed up on the beach a half an hour ago." My insides churned. You can't be serious. The breeze picked up and tugged at the sheet the officers held. A corner lifted and it slipped free, revealing a glimpse of the woman lying on the beach, face up and fully clothed, blonde hair and... I sucked in a gasp. "It's Gwendoline," I whispered. "It's Gwendoline Meyer." No one heard me. The sight of the corpse had brought shocked screeches from the crowd. Detective Garcia strode up the sand towards us, his expression dour. No doubt he'd tell us to back away, return to our establishments or our daily schedules, and let the police handle this. He walked right up to us and stopped in front of my aunt. "Rita," he said, "we need to talk." Chapter 2. I tapped my foot obsessively on the bar stool's rung, my heart pattering along at the same rate. The cafe brimmed with customers now. There was barely anywhere to sit down, let alone stand, but people were more than happy to drink coffee and chatter about the body on the beach. Dee Dee was run off her feet, and so was our other server on duty today, Yuli. Apparently, murder was great for business. "Can I get a cup of coffee, please?" The voice came from a woman standing in front of the coffee bar. My attention snapped to her. Judging by her irritated stare, she'd been waiting a while. I had been totally occupied with the closed office door, past which my Aunt Rita and Detective Garcia were in deep conversation. At least he didn't take her to the station, right? The interrogation room? "Sure, of course," I said and started fixing the customer her coffee. It didn't take a rocket scientist to put two and two together here. My aunt had confronted Gwendoline at the Baking Biddies Club meeting last night, and now Gwen was dead on the beach. If Detective Garcia had questions for her, then he had reasons to believe she'd had something to do with it. Or maybe this was him covering his bases, trying to establish a timeline for when the murder occurred and who last interacted with Gwendoline. Sure, that must be it. Excuse me?" The customer snapped her fingers at me. "The coffee?" "Right, sorry." I'd left the full cup on the grate and had been staring off into space. "Here you go." I handed it over and accepted her payment. I rang up the order, still trying not to let panic creep in. She'll be fine. This is no big deal. But after several weeks of sleuthing, investigations, and worrying about what Detective Garcia thought, it was difficult to shake the feeling that things were about to go very, very wrong. The noise from the crowd swelled as more folks entered through the Sunnyside's open front doors. Most of them were locals, faces I recognized after having been here for a month. though I couldn't place all of their names. There was Carol from the antique store, and Jesse, the carpenter who'd made the chairs for the Sunny Side Up, according to Aunt Rita, since I hadn't been around for that. It was nice that I recognized them. I wished it was under different circumstances. The door to the office opened, and the noise level dropped as people turned and watched as my aunt and Detective Garcia exited. She bore a forced smile she directed toward the crowd. "All right, everyone," she said. "That's enough excitement for one day. If you're not drinking coffee or eating, clear out." Disgruntled mutters started up, followed by a rush of people heading for the front counter and another for the doors. Detective Garcia tapped me on the shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Hello," I said. "How are you, Detective?" Gosh, am I in trouble too? "May I talk to you for a second?" The detective neatly dodged my polite question. "Sure. Yeah, of course." I followed the detective back into the office. He shut the door like he owned the place, rather than my aunt, and it got my back up. Relax, Sonny. No point in upsetting the apple cart. Especially not when the detective was probably tense about, the corpse on the beach. I sat down in the chair behind my aunt's desk, but Detective Garcia remained standing. "This'll be quick," he said. "I need to ask you a few questions about your aunt." "What about her?" "Did you see your aunt last night after she got home?" "No, I was already in bed," I said. "Tired from a long day here. It gets busy during the fall months. In retrospect, it was busy in summer, too. I bet it's busy all year round." Detective Garcia was having none of it. He brought a small pad and a pen out of his top pocket. "About what time would you say you went to bed?" "Around 9:30 p.m., I think." "Why are you asking, Detective? You can't really think my aunt would kill Gwendoline." Detective Garcia didn't react. "And did you see her when you woke up this morning?" "No, she came to the cafe before me. I slept in a little." "So, you last saw her last night at about what time?" Detective Garcia asked, taking notes on a pad. "Well, after dinner at about 7 p.m., I replied. "But my aunt wouldn't do anything to hurt another—" "And this morning?" "Pardon?" "What time did you see your aunt this morning?" Detective Garcia asked. "First thing when I came in, at about 7:30 a.m., I replied. "We like to get things organized around here." "I see." I opened my mouth again to question him, to insist that Aunt Rita wasn't a killer, the most ludicrous thought I'd ever had the displeasure of pondering. "That's all I need to know for now, Miss Charles," Detective Garcia said. "You have my card if you need to reach me, but I'll be in touch." "Detective, you can't be serious about this. You know she wouldn't hurt Gwendoline." "Oh, I'm sorry," Garcia replied stiffly. "I can't discuss an ongoing investigation." And then he thanked me for my time in those clipped professional tones and exited the office. And I was left with questions again. What if Aunt Rita got in trouble for this? Was that even possible? And what on earth would I do if she got arrested? I won't let that happen. Chapter 3. When I exited the office, I'd hoped that the hubbub outside would have died down. Though Aunt Rita had called everyone to order and sent out the folks who'd been hanging around without buying anything, many had remained. The tables were full, many people who'd come separately sharing tables so they could hear the juicy details about the crime. Yuck. Juicy details? Aunt Rita was behind the counter, bearing a more genuine smile now that Detective Garcia was gone. "Oh, I'm sure everything will work out," she said to one of our regulars, Jimmy, a mechanic who always wore stained overalls. "Gee, I hope so, Rita. It would be a shame if the cafe closed down because of this." "Over my dead body," Aunt Rita said, lifting her nose. "Don't you worry about that, Jimmy. There's nothing that can shut the sunny side up down." Jimmy bobbed his bald head. "You take care, Rita. It's good to have you back." And then he shuffled off and was replaced by yet another customer. The cafe was so full the servers could barely cope, so a lot of folks came up to the coffee bar to order their food and drinks, which, of course, the customers didn't mind because they got to gossip with Rita. I stepped up next to my aunt, and she rewarded me with a sweet smile. "There you are, Sonny. Everything go all right?" she asked. "Well, I guess," I said, not wanting to talk about it in front of the customers. "Don't worry about a thing." Rita patted me on the arm. "But it would be great if you could get out on the floor. Plenty of customers to feed." "Sure thing." I already had my sunny-side-up apron tied on, so I grabbed a tray, tucked it under my arm, and headed out into the dining area. As per usual, my anxiety built, but I kept it at bay by focusing on my breaths. I was always stressed when I had to deal with people. The urge to run away and the desire to be liked warred with each other, but I had made strides in combating them since arriving in Parfait. I figured it was a legacy of my relationship with my ex. "Sonny!" Mildred, the owner of the Parfait animal shelter next door, waved me over. Her nephew, Alexei, was absent today, but she'd brought her new red-haired assistant, Katie, with her. I wound over to them, silently relieved. I was already good friends with Millie, and serving her as opposed to another of the Parfait regulars would be easy. "Hi, Millie. How are you today?" "Shocked, to say the least," Mildred said, patting her wilted gray curls. She wore a flowery dress that had seen better days. "But then again—" "What?" I asked. "Sit for a few minutes," Millie said, patting the sliver of the bench beside her in the booth. I glanced around the cafe, but none of the customers immediately waved a hand for help, so I slid in beside Millie. "I can't stay long," I said over the noise. "We're packed." "And for good reason," Millie said. "Gwendoline Meyer, dead." "It's crazy," I replied. "Is it, though?" Millie asked, casting her gaze toward Katie and then back to me. "Gwendoline wasn't exactly the nicest woman around, was she, dear?" "I didn't know her well." "No, but many others did. And I can tell you from experience that she was mean. It was all the power she had, you know. It went to her head. She could ban people from the baking biddies at will, and if you didn't like it, well, what could you do? Nothing." "Right," I said. But that only sent me right back to thinking about why Detective Garcia had spoken to Aunt Rita. "What is it, dear?" Millie asked. "Oh, nothing. Just that the detective came by this morning to chat with us about Gwendoline." "Because Rita was at the baking biddies arguing with her last night?" Millie asked. "Everybody's been talking about it, but goodness, dear, if Detective Garcia really thinks that your aunt would murder someone, he's out of his mind. Everyone knows Rita isn't the violent type." "But from the way the detective was talking," I said, "he seems to think Rita was the last one who saw Gwendoline." "Well, that's impossible," Millie replied. It wasn't the reply I'd been expecting, so I did a double take. "What? Why?" "Because I saw Gwendoline this morning. Katie was with me, weren't you, dear?" I glanced at the red-headed 20-something. Katie nodded. She looked down at my hands briefly, then away. "What's that about?" "Doesn't matter." I hadn't gotten to know Katie well, but from what I'd heard from Millie, she was a very perfectly nice young woman, one who had made Alexei very happy. "You saw Gwendoline?" I asked Millie. "Where? When? How?" "Good heavens," Millie laughed. So many questions. Yes, I saw Gwendoline this morning at the library. We went to return some books, and she was at the counter talking with Albert, the librarian. What time was that? I asked. Early. It must have been at about 8 a.m., Millie said. Albert always opens the Parfait library by 7, you know. He's got insomnia, the poor man. My heart skipped a beat. Millie, that's perfect. You having seen Gwendoline at the library this morning might help eliminate Aunt Rita. You have to talk to Detective Garcia about this, I said. Have you told him? No, I haven't gotten around to it, Millie replied. Everything's been a bit chaotic this afternoon. You know, the murder, the police. Right, but you will tell him, won't you? I asked. Sure, of course. I settled back, a smile growing on my face. This might not clear my aunt completely, but it would help. I'd met my aunt at the café at 7:30 this morning, and if Gwendoline had been alive and well at 8, surely there was no chance my aunt could have slipped away, murdered her, dumped her body in the bay, and then made it back to the café and pretended everything was fine and dandy. Dumped the body in the bay. Heavens. The murderer must have thrown Gwendoline into the ocean from either a boat or a secluded spot along the coast. Nowhere along the boardwalk because it was already bustling with activity during the morning, and if Gwendoline had died after 8, then it had to be that... A hand touched mine, and I jolted back to the present. Oh, sorry, Katie, the assistant, said softly. I didn't mean to startle you. It's just that you're wearing such a lovely ring. Oh, this? I glanced down at the plain silver band around my index finger. This is costume jewelry, not real silver. I hesitated. But thank you. That's kind of you. Do you know where I could get one? Katie asked. Oh, I got this back in Chicago, actually, but I'm sure you could find one online. I smiled at her, then rose from the table. I'd better get back to work. Can I get you anything to drink, Millie? Katie? 2 coffees to go, dear, Millie said, fanning her face. Even with air conditioning, it's getting far too hot in here, all these people. Meaning that Millie's gossip quota was filled for the day. Be right back. I swept off to fulfill her order, all the while turning over the facts in my mind. Millie had seen the victim, a woman who had loads of enemies, at 8 a.m. at the library, talking to Albert. If Albert was the last person who'd seen Gwendoline alive, didn't that make him suspicious too? I chewed on the inside of my cheek. That's what the police do, right? They focus on who was last seen with the victim, the people who have motives, and the evidence that connects them to the crime scene. That familiar itch to poke around started up. Good. Chapter 4. The Parfait Library was a quaint, single-story brick building that sprawled backward, its glass doors thrown open and light spilling out even at 6 o'clock in the evening. I parked my aunt's VW Beetle out front after having dropped her off at home and got out into the temperate evening. I grabbed my book bag from the passenger seat, a knit one my aunt had given me, and stared up at the building. Was this the last place Gwendoline had been before she'd been murdered? The thought ought to have given me chills, but I was hungry for information. Anything that could lead me down the right path to proving Aunt Rita's innocence. I slung the book bag over my shoulder and walked up the steps and into the library. The familiar scent of old, polished wood and books greeted me, and I smiled. The interior, while well-lit, was cozy, with a polished counter off to one side, with a computer for checking out the books and a notice board to my left, filled with information regarding local events. A schedule had been set up on the notice board, blocking out periods of time where the library would host events, club meetings, or readings. "May I help you?" An old man spoke nearby. I turned and found an older gentleman wearing a t-shirt bearing the words, "I'd rather be reading." His gray hair was neatly trimmed, and his mustache shifted as he spoke. "Would you like to return some books?" he asked. "Actually, yes," I said. Sorry, are you the librarian? You weren't here when I checked out my books last week." "Funny thing about libraries," he said as he circled the counter and waited for me to join him. "There's usually more than one librarian who works in them." He winked at me, clearly meaning no harm with the comment. "As much as I'd love to eat, sleep, and live here like a bookish crypt keeper, they make me go home at the end of my shift." "And it would go against library rules to eat in here, right?" I placed my crocheted book bag on the counter and brought out the novels I'd checked out the week before. "I like the way you think, young lady," he said. "I'm Albert Quinn." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Quinn. Sonny Charles." "Ah, you're Rita's niece, that right?" "Yeah." "Call me by my first name," Albert said, offering me a handshake that was warm and dry, like the pages of the books he lent out. "Pleasure's all mine, by the way. Not borrowing any books today?" "Just returning for now. I might come back tomorrow and nose around, though," I said. "I'm always looking for a good mystery read." "Mysteries are good." Albert helped me remove the novels from my book bag and opened them to the card at the back, a perfectly good system that now seemed almost quaint. "Nothing like a good mystery to get your gray matter working overtime. It's like exercise for the brain." "Speaking of mysteries," I said, "did you hear about Gwendoline's murder?" It was an out-there thing to say, but I was counting on the fact that most of the people in this town were gossips. "Sure did," Albert replied and pulled a face. "Can't say I didn't see that coming." "Why's that?" I asked. "You might not know her since you're new to town, but Gwen's a battle axe if ever there was one. Pretty face, but mean as they come." He shrugged. "She was in here this morning, talking to her business people on the phone." He casually tapped away on the keyboard as he spoke. "You know, she had a finger in every pie. I bet she ran afoul of some nasty folk from the city." "Business people?" I asked. "Oh, yes, yes," Albert said. "She had multiple ventures, not that she ever told me about them. She's always rude when she comes out here. I think that's how she is. Was. I mean, rest in peace and all of that." "What time was she here this morning?" I asked as casually as I could manage. "Oh, must have been around 8 or so. Can't quite remember, but it wasn't long after I opened the doors," Albert said. "I had to ask her to get off her phone. Only made her grumpier, if you can believe it." In spite of the situation, I couldn't help but like Albert. He was friendly and chatty, and he liked reading. On my list of the qualities I looked for in a friend, all 3 were high up there. And he had a disposition that wasn't threatening in the slightest. "Don't trust anyone, Sonny. You've got to stick to the facts." For all I knew, Albert might be great at acting. "I can't help being curious about what happened to her," I said. "Well, that's natural for a young person like yourself," Albert replied. "If I was still in my 30s, I'd be out there trying to figure out what happened, you know? But I've always been too curious for my own good." "You and I have that in common," I replied. He chuckled, his mustache shifting over his top lip. "Mark my words, it was one of her business associates that got rid of her. She doesn't have a husband anymore since he passed, and I don't know a man in town who'd have gone on a date with her. Talking to Gwen was like squeezing lemon juice into your eyes. Pointless and painful." I glanced around the library, then leaned in, lowering my voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Was she acting normal when you saw her?" I asked. She didn't say anything out of the ordinary? Nope, not a thing, he replied. Though I did find it strange that she walked up to the library. What do you mean? Usually she comes out here in the big black Rolls-Royce of hers, Albert said, scratching his mustache. But this time she came on foot. Maybe someone was going to pick her up, I suggested. Nope, definitely not, Albert replied. I watched her leave. He pointed to the doors. She walked down the steps and to the left. Strange, now I think of it. That's the last time I ever saw her. And the last time I ever will. He sniffed. Can't say I'm unhappy about it. Chapter 5. My phone rang as I walked down the library steps, heading toward the sunny yellow VW Beetle with its egg decal on the side. I hurriedly brought my phone out of my purse, clamping my book bag against my side. Hello? Sonny, sweetheart, my aunt said, the swell of laughter on the other end of the phone nearly drowning her out. Oof, 1 second. Auntie, where are you? 1 sec, Sonny. The noises in the background faded. There, that's better. I'm at the Hungry Alligator. Gordon invited us over. Ladies eat free tonight. Gordon was the owner of the town's favorite restaurant and bar. He'd been in Parfait for so long he was practically a fixture. He'd taken over the restaurant from his father, who'd nearly run the place into the ground after a prolonged battle with gambling addiction. Thankfully, Gordon had managed to turn the place around and had made it into the hub of activity it now was. Locals and tourists alike adored the place. How did you get there? I asked. Oh, Dee Dee brought me out, Aunt Rita said. Come meet us, sweetheart. We're having a whale of a time. Gordon's been buying me milkshakes all evening, you know. Gordon was a few years younger than Aunt Rita, and rumor had it he was a bit of a ladies' man. But Aunt Rita knew how to handle herself, and it was nice that he'd invited her out to the restaurant when she was having a difficult day. If one could class being accused of murder as merely a difficult day. I'll be there soon, I said. Just don't do anything I wouldn't. Well, I'll consider it. I hung up, then unlocked the car and put all my belongings inside except for my phone, which I stowed in the pocket of my jeans. I considered the front of the library. The doors were still open, light slanting across the stone front steps, but the parking lot out front was empty. And the sidewalk that wrapped around the building beckoned. The last steps Gwendoline had taken had been here. Or were they? Albert had seen Gwen walking off around the corner and hadn't seen her since. Could it be that someone else had encountered her afterward? Or did the trail run cold after that? I tucked the car keys against my palm and squeezed. Why not take a look? No harm in it. My aunt might be out at the Hungry Alligator burying her troubles in chocolate milkshakes, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on a precipice. Things would get worse before they got better, if the last few months had been anything to go by. I walked back to the front of the library, at the base of its steps, then turned left and walked along the sidewalk until I reached the corner of the building. Gwen might have taken one of two paths here, across the road or down the side of the library. I'll have to check out both of them. This is silly, I muttered. Was it, though? Better to cover all the bases, right? I turned and walked along the side of the library, the side street lit by wrought iron lamps. Shadows graced the side of the library, and the gentle rustle of movement in the bushes that flanked the brick building set me on edge. Relax, there's nothing here. Still, I couldn't help envisioning a masked attacker waiting in the darkness. Dee Dee would have pointed out that I was paranoid and that nothing scary happened in Parfait. But boy, had that point been proven wrong over the past few weeks. I scanned the flower beds, then stopped, my heart leaping into my throat. A bush had been torn out of the ground at the roots nearby, and there were scuff marks in the dirt, as if there'd been a struggle. No way. Could it be? Quickly, I brought my phone out of my pocket and switched on the flashlight. Closer examination of the ground around the uprooted bush proved my initial observation correct. There had been a struggle. 2 sets of shoe prints, similar in size, marked the dirt near the bush, and tucked between the branches of another shrub adjacent was a book. I didn't dare touch it in case it had fingerprints on it, but I flashed my light over the cover. The Baker's Dozen: How to Bake Your Next Masterpiece and Impress Your Guests. It had to be Gwen's book. Oh, my heavens. I straightened, staying on the sidewalk and using my flashlight to scan the concrete for clues. Apart from a spray of dirt, there was nothing. How had nobody disturbed the scene throughout the course of the day? Most people aren't walking around the library. They're down at the boardwalk or soaking up the sunshine on the beach, even during fall. I couldn't see a world where this book, with the broken shrub and the footprints and a clear sign of struggle in the dirt, didn't belong to Gwen. But I had to be sure. I ran back into the library, the sharp contrast between the evening and the well-lit interior making me blink. Good heavens! Albert rose from his seat in front of the computer. Looks like you saw a ghost. Well, I might have. Albert, I said, which book did Gwendoline check out this morning? It's really important. His frown was deep and pronounced, a weathered map of lines on his tan forehead. Well, that's easy enough to check, he replied and tapped away on the keyboard. Albert squinted at the screen, laughed at himself, then lifted his glasses from a string around his neck and put them on. I don't remember it offhand, so... here we go. She borrowed 2 books, one about baking and the other was Wuthering Heights. What was the title of the book about baking? The Baker's Dozen: How to Bake Your Next Masterpiece and Impress Your Guests. I must have gone pale because Albert started. What's wrong? What happened? I have to call the police, now. Why? Because I think Gwendoline was kidnapped around the side of the library. Albert thumped down into his chair, nearly missing it in his shock. You can't be serious, he said. Here? Right around... But I would have heard something. For someone who'd supposedly hated Gwendoline, he was upset. I'm calling Detective Garcia, I said, tapping on my phone's screen. It was lucky I had his number. Then again, was it really lucky when I'd been involved in 3 murder cases since I'd arrived in Parfait? My insides did an unhappy dance while I waited for the detective to answer his phone. If I was right, and I was darn sure I was, the police would have a new lead and it would likely point them away from my aunt. Which was a good thing, right? So why was I suddenly sick to my stomach? Chapter 6. Sonny, over here! Dee Dee, my friend, the K-pop aficionado, waved from a table on the deck. The restaurant had a fabulous view of the ocean, the kind that distracted from a long day at work and always made me feel like I was on vacation, rather than living and working in Parfait. Aunt Rita sat across from Dee Dee on a bench seat, though she was engaged in a deep conversation with Gordon, who wore an apron, a hand on his hip, and the other braced on the tabletop. Plenty of heads turned as I walked over to join the group, and many an eye lingered on my aunt. People were suspicious. They had to be. Parfait was a small town, and news traveled through osmosis around here. That was how it felt, at least. I plonked down next to Dee Dee and let out a half-groan, half-sigh. "Uh-oh," Dee Dee said. "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure whether it's something that's wrong or something that's right," I replied. "But I just finished talking to the police." That got my aunt's attention. Both her and handsome Gordon, he was a silver fox, wrinkles and all, turned to me. "What happened, sweetheart?" Aunt Rita asked. "I thought you were at the library." "I was," I replied, but hesitated. I didn't want to talk about this in front of Gordon. I didn't know him well, even if I knew of him, and I wasn't sure I could trust him. He offered me a quick smile as if he'd sensed my unease. "Could I get you something to drink? Chocolate milkshakes are mighty popular with this table." "That would be great, thank you." "Anything to eat?" Gordon asked. "A seafood platter for one," I replied, because my nausea from earlier had waned, thankfully. Now I was hungry in more ways than one. "I'll put in your order." He sidled off, and I liked him more for it, until I noticed my auntie watching him leave. "You should take a picture, Auntie," I replied. "It'll last longer." "You don't think I've tried?" Aunt Rita asked, wriggling her eyebrows at me. Dee Dee blushed. I rolled my eyes. I was used to my aunt's sassy behavior. She'd raised me, after all. "Now, what were you saying about the detective?" Aunt Rita scooched onto the edge of her seat, now that she'd gotten her fill of Gordon's caboose. "What happened exactly?" I told them everything, from my idea about the library down to finding the evidence of the scuffle outside of it. Dee Dee was wide-eyed at the end of it, and Aunt Rita had placed a hand over her mouth, her brow furrowed. "Now, that's interesting," she said quietly. "Very interesting. So, Albert was the last person to see Gwendoline alive. You know, he's somewhat of a mystery, likes to stay out of the limelight in town. I don't even know where he lives, and that's saying something." "Yeah?" I replied. "Well, here's the thing. The trail goes cold after she left the library." "Cold?" Dee Dee asked. "But you found the book and the markings in the ground and stuff." "I sure did," I said. "But I don't know what happened after that. I mean, Gwendoline disappeared. She must have been abducted, taken into a car and, you know." Aunt Rita drew a line across her throat with a thumb. Dee Dee grimaced. "Was there any blood at the scene?" Aunt Rita asked. "No," I replied. "Nothing." "Which means the murder likely didn't take place there. She was abducted and taken to a different spot, probably somewhere along the bay where she was murdered." Aunt Rita was on a roll now. "Wait, how do you figure that?" I asked, tapping my fingertips on the wooden slats of the tabletop. The low hum of conversations from the tables around us and the wash of the ocean waves set me at ease. No one would overhear us discussing the murder. Heaven knew Detective Garcia wouldn't approve of us poking our noses in. He hadn't been impressed when I'd called him out to the library. Sure, he'd been happy about the evidence, but the fact that it was I who'd found it... "Because there was no blood at the scene," Aunt Rita said. "But we don't even know how she died," I replied. "She was beaten to death with a high-heeled shoe." My aunt was nonchalant with the answer. Dee Dee's horrified expression was so extreme it was almost comical. "How did you know that?" I whispered. "Don't tell me the Parfait platter put out an evening newspaper." "No, though I wouldn't put it past the editor to jump on the opportunity. No, sweetheart, I heard it from my sources." Aunt Rita fluffed her gray bob. "A few of the girls from the Antiques Club told me. Brenda managed to get a full frontal view of the body before the police turned up to hide it from us all." "But how would she know? I mean, I don't want to be indelicate here, but was the shoe lodged inside her or something?" I asked. Dee Dee retched. "Sorry," I patted my friend's arm. I'd become desensitized after the past few months. I'd found my ex-husband's battered body in the cafe, for heaven's sake. Dee Dee had gone green around the gills, but she held onto her dinner for dear life, shifting her gaze out to the ocean and sipping from a tall glass of water. No, the shoe wasn't stuck. Aunt Rita cleared her throat, glancing at Dee Dee. The shoe wasn't at the scene, but there were markings, apparently, and Gwendoline was missing one of her shoes. "Hold up," I said, lifting a palm. "That doesn't make any sense." Before I could tell my aunt why, Gordon arrived with my milkshake and meal, a platter of seafood that included crispy battered fish, calamari with a side of tartar sauce, shrimp and lemon butter, and a side of steak fries. My stomach growled, awoken by all the mental sleuthing. Gordon left again, seemingly aware that our conversation was both private and serious. "Why doesn't it make sense?" Aunt Rita asked. "2 reasons," I said, dipping a steak fry into my tartar sauce. "First, the shoe could have washed off in the ocean. And second, a high-heel shoe would break before you beat someone to death with it. It's not strong enough." I'd had plenty of designer shoes during my marriage to Damon, and while they were viciously sharp, they'd been prone to snapping. "It seems more likely to me that she'd been stabbed with her shoe rather than battered with it." "I don't know," Rita replied. "That's what Brenda told me, and she's usually right when it comes to gossip." It still didn't seem likely to me. I was no expert, but I did have a mystery journal with 3 case write-ups now, and as far as murder weapons went, high heels didn't fit the bill as far as I was concerned. Unless she was stabbed. "I wish I knew when it happened," I murmured. "If it was at the library, surely someone would have seen something." Dee Dee, who had regained color, leaned in. "You kind of know when it happened." The seriousness of her words didn't match her cheerful t-shirt, with her favorite K-pop band plastered across the front, all pulling peace signs or hitting poses. "What do you mean?" I asked. "The body was found at like 2 p.m., right?" Dee Dee grew more animated. She'd begged me to take her on several investigations prior. She had an interest in the sleuthing. It was the gross stuff she didn't like. "Right. That's what Brenda said," Rita replied. 2 o'clock. "And what time did Albert see Gwen this morning?" Dee Dee asked. "Well, at around 8 a.m., I replied right away. Apparently, she was on the phone to one of her many business contacts. Shortly after that, she had the scuffle with the mystery attacker and dropped her book." "So that's the time frame," Dee Dee said, drawing her finger across the edge of the table. "Between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Probably a lot before 2 p.m. because she had to have been, thrown into the water and stuff. And then had the chance to drift all the way over to right over there." Dee Dee gestured to the beach down below. It was empty now, the police having finished their work. "So in the morning, most likely. You're right, Dee Dee, we do have a close enough time. But it doesn't help us much, unfortunately," I said. "The trail goes cold. She was probably bundled into a car and driven off." "Did Albert see any cars?" Aunt Rita asked. "Well, I didn't ask." I gobbled down a bite of fried fish. Wow, this is good. But wow, I'm an idiot for not asking. I was so preoccupied with Detective Garcia. I can phone him and check tomorrow. Hopefully he'll talk to me. I think I scared him by finding that evidence tonight and bringing the police down on the library. An easy silence fell between us, and I concentrated on eating, though my mind wandered to Gwendoline and the baking biddies and who might have wanted to kill her. According to most people in town, the list was long. And that meant figuring out who Gwen had been talking to and who she'd been around on the morning of her murder was imperative. "If only we could retrace her steps," I muttered. "Maybe we can," Aunt Rita replied. "I'll put my feelers out, see if I can find out where else she might have been before the library. And I'll speak to Albert." Dee Dee stole one of my fries and dipped it in tartar sauce. And I'll try not to have nightmares about shoe bludgeoning. Tomorrow would be another interesting day in Parfait. Chapter 7. Aunt Rita had already left for the cafe by the time I woke up the next morning. In my defense, my aunt was the epitome of an early bird where I had to train myself not to sleep in. That hadn't been a problem today, though. I'd woken up before my 7 a.m. alarm sounded, thoughts of Gwendoline, my aunt, and the cafe on my mind. I didn't want anything to jeopardize my aunt or the cafe. What had started out as a shock and a nightmare, having to run the cafe while Aunt Rita was on a cruise, had become my version of happiness. While I had work to do on my social anxiety, I loved the cafe, and I certainly adored my aunt. If Detective Garcia thought she'd had anything to do with it, he had another thing coming. "Good morning," I sang to Fudge as I opened the back door. He bounded into the house, barking out a greeting. Fudge slept in his little personal doghouse in the yard, complete with warm blankets and a fluffy dog cushion. I'd bought the doghouse online and had to assemble it myself, another challenge that had brought out my dark side. But it'd been worth it in the end. Fudge was happy. "Ready for breakfast?" I asked. "I know I am." I fixed Fudge his breakfast of wet food mixed with kibble and put it on the tiles in my aunt's cutesy kitchen. He hoovered it down while Bodger watched from the kitchen doorway, occasionally flicking his tail. The kitty cat who had hissed at me when I'd first arrived in Parfait had mellowed since my aunt's return. Fudge practically bowled Bodger over after finishing his meal, and I chuckled at the interaction. "What's on the agenda today?" I said, clapping my hands at them. "Playing, licking the unmentionables, and possibly making a mess of the cottage?" Fudge barked his agreement. I could always trust him to put me in a good mood. By 8 a.m., I had made myself a breakfast of eggs over easy, still the only meal I could cook, but at least I'd added chocolate chip cookies to my baking repertoire. Washed up, gotten ready for the day, and cultivated a fresh set of nerves. It was time. Albert had to be at the library by now, and I needed that information. But if I did this, it would be the next big step, an admission that I wanted to work on this case too. The case of the washed-up baker. I walked through to the living room and sat on the sofa, glancing over at my mystery journal in the bookcase. I called the Parfait Public Library, tamping down my nerves. "Parfait Public Library, this is Albert Quinn. How may I serve?" "Hello, Albert," I said. "It's Sunny. From yesterday?" An awkward silence. "Rita's niece?" "Yes, I remember," he said, and he didn't sound that happy to be on the phone with me. "What do you need?" "Sorry to call you this early," I replied, "but I wanted to follow up on the conversation we had yesterday." I hesitated. "Look, I know the cops being at the library last night wasn't ideal, but it's a good thing I found that evidence, right?" "Evidence?" "Of Gwendoline's attack." "Right." My, he was being awkward today. Why was that? "I'm sorry if it upset you, having the police there." "Why would the police upset me?" Albert asked. Talk about defensive. "Well, I don't know. Because it was a disturbance?" I laughed. "Trust me, I know what it's like to have the cops trooping through the house messing things up." "Okay, what did you want to talk to me about?" Straight to the topic at hand. "All right, I could handle that." "About Gwendoline, actually." "I don't have much to say about her, and I believe we exhausted this topic last night." "Oh, yeah. He's not too friendly anymore. I wonder why that is. It can't be because of the cops, right? Maybe I was reading too much into his behavior. You mentioned that Gwen was there early in the morning and then left." "Yeah." "And that she was on the phone with a business person." "Yes." clear impatience in his tone now. "Is there anything else you heard or saw? Anything at all? It can be seemingly irrelevant." "No, I don't think so." His answer had come too quickly. "Wait a second, Albert, please." I was desperate here. "Did she say anything to you about where she'd been before she came to the library?" If I could establish a better timeline, maybe I could rule out suspects. There would be plenty if I didn't, from the fellow members of the baking club to Aunt Rita to just about anyone in Parfait who hated the woman. "Actually, yes, she did." I straightened. "Tell me everything." "There's not much to tell," Albert replied. "She came in on the phone, returned her books, and took out some more, scowled at me for not telling her that the library was a no-phone zone, and then got angry with me for refusing to close the doors. She'd had her hair done a half an hour before. That's what she'd said." "She was at the hair salon at 7:30 a.m.? Are they even open that early?" "Ma'am, I go to the barber, not the hair salon. I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. Now, I've got to—" "One last thing, Albert," I said. "Did you see any cars outside the library after Rita left? Any at all?" "No, I've got to run," Albert said. "There's a mother's meditation class this morning, and I don't have time to chat." He hung up before I could thank him for the information. I didn't have a lead to follow regarding the car, but at least I could place where Gwendoline had been before the library. The local salon. Chapter 8. Since I'd arrived in Parfait, I hadn't yet visited the local salon, cut and curled. I'd let my hair grow, unbothered by it for the first time in my life. It was strangely liberating after the years spent primping, preening, and always trying to outdo the other women attending Damon's business events. Little had I known at the time, no amount of makeup, exercise, and hairstyling would have cured his lecherous eye. "I don't feel comfortable bringing you, Dee," I said from behind the coffee bar in the sunny side up. My aunt was engaged in an animated conversation with a regular patron, both of them occasionally bursting into hysterics about something or the other. A little part of me was envious about how easy it was for my aunt to socialize and get on with people, how easily she could trust the folks who came into her cafe. "Aw, come on, Sonny, please." Dee wore her apron but was about to finish her morning shift. "I've got nothing else to do this afternoon." "What about your studies? Don't you have that big assignment coming up?" "I already finished it," Dee announced, lifting her chin. She was taking an online Korean language course since she couldn't afford to go off to college, like the other 19-year-olds. "It'll be fun. Besides, I know the owner of the salon. It'll be easier for you to squeeze information out of her if you take me with you." "You know her?" "Sure I do," Dee said, pointing to her head with both index fingers. "I mean, have you seen my hair? I get it colored at least once a month. I'm practically Shelley's favorite customer. You'll see." "Shelley's the owner?" "Uh-huh, yeah, Shelley Brooks. And she knows all the juiciest gossip in town. Trust me, you want to take me with you." "I don't know." I was always dubious about involving Dee in my investigations. It could be dangerous, and she was young, with her whole life ahead of her. Besides, her mother wouldn't approve. "Please?" Dee clasped her hands in front of her. "Pretty please?" "What are you two up to?" Aunt Rita asked. "Well, Sonny's going to the salon," Dee said. "Oh, it's about time, too." Aunt Rita lifted a swatch of my hair. "Split ends. You'll never catch Nick looking like this." "Auntie!" I batted her hand away and she gave me a cheeky wink. "She's going because Gwen had an appointment there yesterday morning," Dee whispered, glancing over her shoulder to check that no one could overhear us. "Oh!" Aunt Rita took her place behind the register. Go for it, dears. I wish I could come with you, but someone has to stay here and look after the cafe. It's best for you to stay here, I agreed. If Detective Garcia caught all three of us at the salon, he might grow suspicious. Don't get used to this, Aunt Rita warned. I'm not going to sit back while you do all the nosing around. So, can I come? Dee Dee asked with the patience of a 10-year-old. Fine, I sighed. But only if you promise not to ask her if she wants lemon murder pie this time. What? Aunt Rita gaped. It's a long story. Dee Dee grinned shyly but was undeterred by my teasing. We stripped off our aprons, hung them up on hooks in the kitchen, then headed out into the street. It was a lovely, sunny fall day, the temperature lower than usual but nowhere near cold. Dee Dee and I strolled down the sidewalk, and she hooked her arm through mine, chattering about her boyfriend Carl and how he'd bought her a golden bracelet for their 1-month anniversary, as she called it. I smiled and nodded, appreciating that she confided in me, but struggling to concentrate on anything but Gwendoline's murder and Aunt Rita's impending arrest. Relax. Detective Garcia hasn't come back yet to talk to her. He didn't even interrogate her at the station. Everything's probably fine. The Cut and Curl salon was sandwiched between a cutesy bakery and a bookshop that I'd have to visit later when I got the chance. The salon's floor-to-ceiling windows provided us with a view of the snazzy white, black, and chrome interior, filled with women and hairstyles. That's Shelley, Dee Dee said, nodding to the woman in the center of the cyclone of activity. She was short, wearing her hair in a sleek black bob, bursting with energy, constantly moving and drawing the eye. The type of woman who turned heads when she entered a room. She wore a tight-fitting black top and a pair of skin-tight jeans. She's animated, I said. Yeah, she's always got a story to tell, Dee Dee replied. And she's a master when it comes to coloring hair. Come on, I'll introduce you. Thanks, Dee Dee. We entered the salon, and the scent of shampoo and hair color greeted us. The conversation continued, undeterred by our presence, the woman seated behind the reception desk enraptured by Shelley. Shelley held a hair straightener in one hand and gestured with the other, effortlessly working on a client's long, blonde locks. Naturally, I told him where he could shove that opinion, Shelley said. The women in the salon burst into peals of laughter. Shelley, you're such a card. Cherry and Sienna, two of the biggest gossips in Parfait, were in the salon too, but they didn't so much as glance my way. Funny, since they'd spent so much time spreading rumors about me in the past few weeks. I'm a catch, is what I am, Shelley replied, flipping her hair, and no man better forget it. How could they when you always remind them? Her client asked. Do you smell hair burning? Shelley winked at the woman in the chair, who had instantly stiffened but relaxed into laughter right afterward. Hey, Shelley, Dee Dee called, sauntering over. With the tale done, the other women returned to amicably chatting with their stylists or reading magazines while those massive bowl dryers zapped their hair. I'd never liked those things. Call me paranoid, but it looked like a good way to lose brain cells. Dee Dee! Shelley cried, and hugged the younger woman one-armed. Nice to see you again, honey. Are you back for a recolor? The purple's holding nicely. You don't like it? Shelley pouted, her dramatic eye makeup accentuating the expression. No, I love it. I'm not here for me. This is Sunny. Nice to meet you, I said. Sunny, huh? Nice to meet you, doll. Give me a second here. Shelley finished with the straightener and set it aside. She swiveled her client's chair, caught it by the arms, then brought herself down until she was at eye level with the woman in it. She touched her fingers to the bangs and smiled. Gorgeous. Perfection. What do you think, honey? She lifted a handheld mirror and held it expertly so the client could see the front and the back in the mirror behind her. "Perfect, as always, Shells," she said. "You're a miracle worker." "Well, it's not a miracle with hair like yours," Shelley replied. "It wants to be tamed. Tina will help you at the front. Grab one of those Tentor conditioners on your way out, will you? Your hair deserves it. Argan oil." "I will." And then the woman slipped out of the chair and walked off. I had to admire Shelley's ability to make a sale. That conditioner she'd sold probably gave her a big commission, and she'd done it without breaking a sweat. "Come with me, doll," Shelley said, tapping me on the arm. She led me to a chair closer to the back of the salon and sat me down in it, placing both hands on my shoulders. "There, that's better." She toyed with my hair, examining the aforementioned split ends like they'd insulted her style. "Good heavens! How long's it been? 3 months? 4? How could you tell?" "Well, I have an eye for this sort of thing," Shelley replied, winking long lashes at me. "Shelley's a master," Dee Dee put in, dropping into the empty chair next to mine. "Cut, color, or both?" Shelley asked, lifting a brush and passing it through my hair. I hadn't planned on changing anything, but now that I was here, I doubted I'd get much from her without doing exactly that. "Just a cut will be fine." "Good call," Shelley said. "You've got beautiful hair, like spun gold." "Thanks," I blushed. "Go right over to the sink. I'll wash you myself." Why do I feel like a poodle all of a sudden? I followed Shelley's instructions, putting on the towel and black cape, then sitting down at the sink. She gently guided my head backward and started washing, massaging my scalp gently. Dee Dee hovered nearby, watching. "So, you said your name was Sunny, doll?" "Yeah," I replied. "I'm Rita's niece. I work at the Sunny Side Up." "Right. Yeah, of course. Oh, I've heard about you. Dead ex-husband, right?" Sorry, honey, I didn't mean to be crass. It's just the way I think." Her laugh was a tinkling wind chime. "Things have been weird around here lately. Murders and whatnot." "Gwen," I said. That's right. Poor Gwen," Shelley said as she massaged shampoo through my hair. "She didn't deserve to die like that, though can't say I'm surprised. Nobody liked the woman." "So I heard." Yeah, she was all about causing trouble." "Did you know her well?" I asked, my nerves building. How did I broach the topic of the strange early morning appointment at the salon yesterday without drawing suspicion? "Oh, pretty well. I saw her every Monday morning at 7 a.m. sharp for a cut, color, or blow dry, depending on what took her fancy." Shelley rinsed my hair carefully. "I saw her yesterday morning as usual, you know. I can't believe she's gone." "What was she like yesterday?" I asked, keenly aware that Shelley had my hair in her hands. "Oh, the same as usual. Full of herself, chatty. Nothing was different except—" "What?" I asked, stiffening and trying not to sit up. I'd only succeed in splashing water everywhere. "She didn't drive her car over. She arrived on foot, weirdly enough, and when she left, she was picked up by someone in a silver car." "Oh?" My mind raced. Who did I know who owned a silver car? "Yeah, a silver Honda. I remember it because it wasn't like her to drive in a Honda. Gwendoline Meyer wouldn't be caught dead in one usually. She drove a Rolls-Royce, you know, with tinted windows." A silver Honda. I knew of one person in Parfait who owned a silver Honda. The very same woman who had, over a week ago, sabotaged my attempt to join the Baking Biddies. None other than Frances Grace, the grumpiest customer who'd ever set foot in the Sunny Side Up Café. And Miss Frances Grace had more than enough motive to have wanted Gwen dead. She'd been banned from the baking biddies herself, and Gwendoline had spent a good portion of her time spreading rumors about Frances. I remembered from the last time I'd spoken to the now-deceased head of the baking club. "Don't know why." "Sorry, I missed that," I said as Shelley toweled my hair dry. "Oh, I was just saying how I can understand Gwen had enemies, but not why anyone would want to kill her," Shelley replied. "You know, she's got a lot of business contacts and so on, but to outright murder someone," she shuddered, "it's so extreme." "Yeah." I followed Shelley back to the chair in front of the chrome-rimmed mirror and sat down. Shelley pursed her lips as she ran a brush through my hair, examining the ends and murmuring to herself occasionally. "You're sure it was a silver Honda?" I asked. Shelley blinked and looked up at me. "Huh?" "The car Gwen got into." "Oh, yeah, for sure," Shelley said. "But I have no idea why. I'm pretty familiar with most of my clients' schedules. You have to be in this business because, people need you to fit them in after lunch or before their kids' soccer practice. And it was unusual for Gwen to go off with anyone after our appointment." Shelley set the brush aside, narrowing her eyes at my hair and picking up a pair of silver scissors. "Usually she gets into her rolls and heads off to the library." Interesting. Gwen did go to the library at 8 a.m. "She left here at 7:30 a.m.? I asked. "That's right." So Gwendoline had left here at 7:30 a.m. and arrived at the library at 8. That was half an hour where she was unaccounted for with the mystery person in the silver Honda. Frances, as far as I was concerned. But she was alive at the library and left on foot. Was she expecting the silver Honda's driver to pick her up around the corner? "What do you say we color your hair black?" "What?" I jerked out of my reverie. "No. Please, no, just the cut, thank you." Dee Dee giggled and I flashed her a grin. I had my next lead thanks to Shelley, and hopefully I'd leave looking better than when I'd entered, too. Chapter 9. By the time we got back to the cafe, noon had come along with the lunchtime rush. Dee Dee hung around for a bit to say hi to her boyfriend, Carl, while Aunt Rita flitted from table to table, being the social butterfly that had made her so popular with the people of Parfait. People turned as I walked by their tables, and I tried not to notice. Was it because of the case? But no. Then they'd be staring at Aunt Rita, too. I headed into the kitchen and grabbed my apron off the hook near the door. "Wow." Nick stood next to the gas burners, a spatula in hand, staring at me. "What?" I slipped the apron over my head and tied it around my waist. "What's up?" You look great," he said. What?" "Your hair?" "Oh, right, thanks." I beamed at him, trying not to let the compliment bring out the swirly feelings I got whenever I was around Nick. They were inappropriate. What about last week? I tried wiping the memory of how Nick had touched a hand to my cheek last week while we'd been baking cookies in my aunt's kitchen. But it wasn't working so far. The only distraction I'd had was Gwendoline's murder. I gave Nick an awkward smile, then slipped out of the kitchen. "Look at you, Sonny," Aunt Rita said and took hold of both my hands. "Go on, do a twirl. Gorgeous." "It's just a haircut," I said, touching my fingers to my slightly shorter hair. Shelley had layered it, and I had to admit that I'd barely recognized my reflection after she'd finished. "You look stunning, sweetheart. Now, tell me about Shelley. What did you find out?" Aunt Rita and I retired to the coffee bar and made ourselves each a cup, while Carl and Yuli, the servers, took care of the tables. The hubbub in the cafe was the perfect backdrop for a clandestine discussion. I told my aunt everything that had transpired. "Frances Grace," Aunt Rita said instantly. "She's the only woman I know who drives a silver Honda around here. Though, there might be someone else. But she's the only person who springs to mind immediately." "Right? It's got to be her. She's also got motive for wanting to get rid of Gwendoline. There was no love lost between them. Frances is desperately lonely and wants friends, and Gwendoline went out of her way to make sure that was an impossibility for her." "Frances does a great job of isolating herself, too," Aunt Rita said. "Forgive me if I bring out the tiny invisible violin and play a sad tune." "Frances is misunderstood," I murmured. "But is she misunderstood enough to have murdered Gwendoline for making her situation worse?" "Unsure," Aunt Rita said. "But she's more than capable of playing the saboteur, and she could very well have been the person who picked up Gwendoline in her car." "Could she, though?" I asked. "If Gwendoline and Frances didn't get along, why would Gwendoline even get in her car?" "A mystery. No one said it would be easy to figure out." Aunt Rita took a sip of her coffee, a twinkle in her eye. "I wish I'd brought my mystery journal with me. I'd love to write down all the clues and leads I have so far," I said. "Later. For now, why don't you take the afternoon off and go pay Frances a visit? I can tell you're itching to get out of here." "You don't mind?" I asked. "It's busy, Auntie. Don't you need me around?" "I'm fine, sweetheart. You go out and have fun." Fun. This is my new definition of fun. Tracking down murderers. But it beat my old life, lounging around in an empty house all day, waiting for an unfaithful husband who had nothing good to say about me to come home and tell me how useless I was. I removed my apron again, leaving it with my aunt this time, because I couldn't bring myself to go back into the kitchen and get those squirmy feelings again, then made for the exit. "Sonny!" Nick's voice stopped me. He jogged over and touched a hand to my arm. Electricity shot up my forearm and into my chest. "Stop it. This is ridiculous." "I was just on my way out," I said. "Right. Yeah." He scratched the back of his neck, looking at me from under his brow. "Look, when you've got a minute, I wanted to talk to you about something, okay?" "Sure," I replied. "I'll catch up with you later." Anything to avoid the heat creeping up my throat. How embarrassing. I offered him a quick smile and made haste toward my aunt's car. Frances lived in a cottage on the opposite side of Parfait from my aunt. It was further back from the road, tucked between trees and saw palmetto, and it gave me a spooky vibe. I wasn't sure what it was about this place. It was well kept, with a garden of black-eyed Susans, and the front door was shut, a fresh layer of purple paint making it vibrant and not at all threatening. So why did my skin crawl when I visited Frances? I parked the puttering VW Beetle next to Frances's silver Honda and got out. The front door opened before I'd exited the vehicle, and Frances appeared, waving at me with a broad smile on her face. Her hair was coiffed and curled to perfection, and she wore a pair of neatly pressed slacks and a blouse that matched her door. "Sonny!" she cried, clasping her hands together. "How wonderful of you to come by for a visit. I've been meaning to come down to the cafe, but I haven't got the chance. Come in, come in." Frances herded me inside and toward her sun-filled living room with a view of the backyard and decking through her sliding door. "Sit, please," she said, gesturing to the sofa. "I'll get us some refreshments. It's warm, isn't it? You'd never say it was the beginning of fall. Lemonade all right?" Her voice faded as she left for the kitchen. "That would be fine, thank you." Frances didn't seem upset. Maybe she hadn't been the one who'd picked up Gwendoline. The more I thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. Frances wouldn't have given Gwen a drink of water in the desert, let alone a ride to the library. Frances returned with a tray of refreshments, then lowered herself into her favorite armchair. A groan from behind it drew my gaze. Baxter, her ever-sleepy dog, lay on his paws there. He opened one eye and flapped his tail at me. "Hello, Baxter." I twiddled my fingers at him. "He's missed you, too," Frances said and poured us both glasses of lemonade from a cloudy pitcher. "There you go, Sonny. Enjoy. I made it this morning, you know." "Thank you." I accepted the glass and enjoyed the fresh tang of lemonade. "Delicious. How have you been, Frances?" "Oh, just fine," she said. "Just fine. Keeping busy. Did you hear about Gwendoline?" Frances let out what could only be described as a maniacal cackle. "She went and got herself killed. I could have told you it was bound to happen, you know. She was such a terrible piece of—" I cleared my throat before Frances finished the sentence. "Yeah, I did hear about it," I said. "I saw the body on the beach." "Lucky thing," Frances said. "Sorry, I know that's strange to say, but nothing ever happens in this town. It's a pity I wasn't here to see it." "No? Where were you?" "With my dear boy, Michael." She tilted her head toward the framed picture of Michael Grace on the wall. "You know, he's been so busy lately that I was sure he was upset with me. We weren't speaking on Skype anymore. But he invited me out to spend some time with him last weekend at that resort of his, and it was wonderful. He took me on a nature hike, of all things. Can you believe that? Me on a nature hike. Baxi came with, of course, because I could never leave him in anyone's care. And he had a whale of a time. He went running for once." "Oh, that's wonderful, Frances." I put up a smile, but a hollowness tugged at my belly. If Frances had been out of town, then it couldn't be her silver Honda that Gwen had gotten into. "When did you get back from your trip?" "Late last night," Frances said. "I can't tell you how much fun it was." And then she proceeded to do exactly that, going into great detail about the food, the s'mores she'd made with Michael, and the little chalet she'd slept in, and how Baxter had had an accident out of sheer excitement. I nodded along, trying to absorb the details, but failing miserably. Frances had only returned to Parfait last night, hours after Gwendoline's body had been found on the beach. And if that was the case, then she was clear. The silver Honda Shelley had seen Gwendoline getting into wasn't hers, and I was officially out of leads. Chapter 10. I sat on the sofa in my aunt's little living room the following morning at 9 a.m., the mystery journal open on my lap and a cup of coffee in hand. Fudge lay over my feet, occasionally letting out a satisfied sigh, while Bodger had curled himself up on an armchair across from me. What do we have? What do we have? I sipped my coffee, pressing the pages of the mystery journal flat. Case number 4. The case of the washed-up baker. Victim name, Gwendoline Meyer. Occupation, head of the Baking Biddies Baking Club and businesswoman. Age, in her 60s. Time of death, between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 2 p.m., but most likely in the morning. Cause of death, unknown. Bludgeoning or stabbing. Suspect list. Albert Quinn, the librarian who last saw Gwendoline. Most suspicious because of this. He also didn't like having the police in the library and didn't want to talk to me afterward because of it. He doesn't have an alibi. What would his motive be? Anger? Aunt Rita. Not a chance Aunt Rita would have hurt Gwendoline, even if she didn't like her. But she doesn't have an alibi because she was out on her walk that morning, so there must be another way to clear her. Shelley Brooks. A suspect because she saw Gwendoline that morning. If I can ascertain an alibi for her, I can rule her out. Did she have appointments that morning after Gwendoline's? If so, she's likely innocent. Can check this. Frances Grace. The only person I know of who drives a silver Honda, but she was out of town on Monday. I put a quick call through to Michael and confirmed the alibi. Frances wasn't in town at the time of Gwen's murder. It wasn't her. Great motive, but rock-solid alibi. Clues list. Body on the beach means that Gwendoline must have been dumped somewhere close by. No way she could have washed up on the beach so quickly if it was any other way. Maybe I should get a map and check out potential areas she might have been dumped along the bay. Signs of a scuffle outside the library seem to indicate that Gwendoline was abducted shortly after 8 a.m. when she was last seen in the library. It doesn't seem like she was murdered at that point, but put in a car? The mystery silver Honda is the best clue so far. She got into someone's car, and she was likely driven off by a car after that scuffle. Could the cars be one and the same? But who drives the Honda if it's not Frances Grace? Notes. Not much to go on here. If only I could figure out who Gwendoline was with between her appointment and when she arrived at the library. Then I could piece together a proper timeline of how things happened and when. I'd read and reread my clues and notes about 5 times this morning already, and I still didn't have much to go on, apart from that silver Honda. But who did it belong to? I chewed on the corner of my lip and flipped the mystery journal shut. Fudge, I said. If Shelley saw the silver Honda that morning at 7:30, surely some of the other business owners must have seen it too? There are plenty of people who arrive for work early, and there are joggers and everything. I snapped my fingers. That's got to be it. We'll ask around on the boardwalk today. Fudge barked his agreement. You're sure? I asked, pressing the Sunny Side Up's office phone to my ear. Nothing? I'm afraid not, Gordon, the owner of the Hungry Alligator, said. Another dead end. I'd called every business along the boardwalk, the ones who opened early or who had people come in early because they had to prepare for the morning service, and none of them had seen the silver Honda. Even Millie couldn't help, because she'd been inside the library at the time of Gwendoline's murder. Look, I wasn't here early that morning, but there were a few servers who came in to prepare for their shift around that time, Gordon said over the phone. Why don't you and your aunt pop around for lunch in about 20 minutes? I'll bring out the roster and we can find the servers who were here early yesterday morning. You can chat with them if they're around. I wanted to believe Gordon was helping out of the goodness of his heart, but I knew better. He had a crush on my aunt, but I wasn't above using that crush to find out who'd viciously murdered a woman. Ulterior motives abounded. That would be great, Gordon. Thank you. Awesome, he said, sounding like the cat who'd gotten the cream. See you in a few. I hung up and made my way out into the cafe. Aunt Rita grinned at me from the counter, and I told her what happened. I'm all for a little flirting in the name of justice, Aunt Rita said, removing a compact from her purse and holding it up. She checked her reflection, tugging at the lines around her eyes, then fluttering her eyelashes at herself. I'll distract him while you interrogate the witnesses. All right, Miss Marple, I said. Let's go. Aunt Rita snorted at my joke. We left Dee Dee and Carl in charge of the cafe. They were practiced at it after years spent working in the Sunny Side Up, and darted across the sunny street and into the welcoming embrace of the Hungry Alligator. The restaurant was as busy as the sunny side up, with folks seated at tables and enjoying the delicious surf and turf food on the menu. Gordon swept out from behind the polished wooden bar and strolled over, his gaze fixed on my aunt. "You made it," he said, almost breathless. "Yeah, it was a long journey," I said, "filled with perils." "Don't mind Sunny," my aunt put in. "She hasn't had anything to eat this afternoon. She's bound to be grumpy." "Let's remedy that," he replied, winking at my aunt. He snatched 2 menus from a stand and led us out onto the balcony and to our favorite table. "Take a seat, ladies. What can I get you to drink? It's past noon. Might be about time for our house cocktail." "Just a milkshake for me, please," I said, eyeing him with no small measure of suspicion. I might have had trust issues with men. Might have. Aunt Rita gave me a bemused look before ordering the same. "Perfect," Gordon said. "I'll be right back with your drinks and the roster." He took 2 steps backward on the decking, then stopped. "May I say you look gorgeous today, Rita?" "You may." My aunt fluffed her hair and gave him a cheeky smile. I grunted after Gordon had left. "Sonny, sweetheart, you've got to relax. You realize I'm more than capable of handling myself." "Excuse me," I said, "but you were the one who told me exactly what you thought of Damon when we got married. I'm allowed to have an opinion about your potential beaus, too." Rita giggled, raising a hand to her lips and very obviously trying to catch Gordon's attention again. "You're incorrigible," I said. "Relax, Sonny. I've got this under control." Gordon was drawn back to the table like a moth to the flame, except this moth was oversized, wore a little too much cologne, and had brought us 2 strawberry milkshakes. "Here you go, ladies." Gordon set down the shakes, then produced a clipboard with a roster on it. "We had 2 servers in for their shift early yesterday morning, Miranda and Jonas. They're both here today if you'd like to talk to them." "That would be great," I said. "Thank you." "I'll call them over." Gordon moved off again, leaving us to enjoy our shakes. He returned shortly with 2 servers wearing shirts with the happy little alligator logo on the breast pocket. The shorter female server, Miranda, wore a bright smile and pink glittery nail polish. Jonas bore deep frown lines and a tan. "Guys," Gordon said, "these ladies had a question for you. Mind answering?" "Sure thing," Miranda said, grinning. Jonas shrugged. "Right," I said, trying not to let my anxiety get the better of me. Miranda and Jonas both stared at me, and my throat closed for a second. "Hello, I'm Sunny." They continued staring at me in silence. "Right. Hello. Okay, so I was wondering if either of you saw a silver Honda before your shift yesterday morning, at around 7:30 a.m.? Jonas merely shook his head. "Well, I did," Miranda said. "I think. I was kind of tired. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a silver car drive by." "Did you see who was inside it?" Aunt Rita asked, then took a slurp of her milkshake. "No, I wasn't paying attention. I know it had like a decal thingy on the side, but I don't remember what it said." Miranda finished with a sheepish grin. "Sorry." "Thanks," I said. "No, really, that's great. Thanks." The servers went off to tend to their tables while Gordon lingered and chatted to my aunt. I couldn't concentrate on what they were discussing. Miranda had seen the silver car drive by, and it had had a decal along the side. That definitely ruled out Frances's car, though she'd already had an alibi. But if it wasn't her car, then whose was it? No one else had seen the car, and without knowing what was printed on the side of the Honda, I was up Sleuth Creek without a paddle or a clue. Yet another dead end. Chapter 11. Later that afternoon. "Thank you, dear," Geraldine from the bookstore said, and accepted her cup of coffee to go. "Aren't you lovely? Your hair looks fantastic. You know, you should consider coloring it, perhaps putting in a few highlights." "I'm trying to convince her," Dee Dee said, who was on the evening shift at the café, "but she won't see sense." Geraldine tittered before paying and leaving a generous tip. She moved out into the sunlight on the sidewalk and meandered off, another satisfied customer of the sunny side up. I smiled. It was amazing how rewarding working here could be. Dee Dee went off to serve a table, and I sneaked my mystery journal out from underneath the coffee bar. I checked the coast was clear, then opened it and paged through to my notes. I had very few avenues to follow. The silver Honda was a mystery still, and short of actually seeing it drive past, I couldn't really follow up on it. But I'd keep it in mind while I continued my sleuthing. I glanced at the kitchen doors, butterflies fluttering away at the thought of Nick inside. If anything, this case was a great distraction to keep me from worrying about Aunt Rita getting in trouble or about my inappropriate feelings for Nick. Feelings? You don't have feelings. It's just physical. He's cute, that's all. "Focus," I whispered, threatening myself to snap out of it. If I couldn't count on finding the silver Honda, then what could I do? Talk to the people who'd last seen Gwendoline and ascertain their alibis. Aunt Rita hadn't seen her last, and she definitely wasn't the murderer. Frances had an alibi. That left Shelley Brooks, the hairstylist, and Albert Quinn, the librarian. Both had seen Gwen on the morning of her murder, but that didn't make them guilty either. Ugh, why did this have to be so difficult? Either way, it was a good idea to eliminate them by getting their alibis. Now, all I had to do was come up with an excuse for going back to the salon right after I'd gotten a haircut. "Dee Dee?" I called, the equal parts brilliant and horrifying idea popping up. "What's up?" Dee Dee stopped in front of the coffee bar, sporting her usual K-pop-inspired getup, complete with a tartan skirt. She had her sense of style, and she wasn't shy about it. I admired that about her. "I think I want to get highlights." I uttered the words I dreaded saying. Dee Dee let out a squeal of delight. This was the worst idea in the history of bad ideas. But anything to save Aunt Rita, right? Dee Dee was in on the plan and had promised to distract Shelley at exactly the right time, but my inside still squirmed at the subterfuge. "Are you sure it closes at 6 p.m.? I asked. "Yeah, for sure," Dee Dee said. "And she'll totally try to squeeze you in. This is genius, Sonny. Genius." "Okay, let's not be too obvious about it." I admired my young friend's enthusiasm, but if she gave us away, this would all be pointless, and I'd be getting highlights for no reason. Or lowlights? I didn't know what I'd be choosing yet. The cut-and-curled salon's doors were closed, but the lights were still on inside. Shelley swept a broom across the tiles, smiling to herself and bobbing her head along to the music in the salon. "There she is," Dee Dee said. "Are you ready for this?" "Don't ask me," I replied. "I might go back to the cafe right now." "Oh, come on, Sonny. It's highlights, not an enema." Dee Dee knocked on the glass front door, and Shelley looked up, her smile growing wider. She lifted a hand and wiggled the fingers at us, then gestured for us to enter, pointing at the door and mouthing, "Unlocked." Dee Dee entered first. "Hey, Shells," she said. "Hey, girls. What are you doing back here so soon?" Shelley asked. "Oh, are you dissatisfied with the cut?" Her joy shrank at the idea that I might not like my new, not that much different do. No, it's great, I said swiftly. So great, in fact, that I thought I'd get a few highlights, too. Everyone's been complimenting me. Technically true. Oh, awesome. I glanced around the salon, pretending that I'd only noticed it was empty, then checked my watch. Darn, you're not closed, are you? I needed Shelley on her own without the entire town's worth of women and gossips, namely the local grapes on the vine, Cherry and Sienna, listening in. This was the perfect time, unless she refused us. Kind of, Shelley said, but I can fix you up no problem. Lord knows I need the money. Highlights won't take too long, depending on what you want, of course. Come have a look at my big book of styles. She beckoned, and I followed her to one of the counters beset by mirrors. She whipped out a plastic-covered ring file and flipped it open, revealing a card with 2 hairstyles, one a short black bob, the other a longer cut with bangs. Not these, Shelley said, flipping through the book. She licked her thumb to turn pages. 1 second. Say, Shelley? Dee Dee called from near the front of the salon. I've been thinking I want to change my hair color. Maybe do blue streaks. Oh, sure, honey, we can do that. But not now, maybe tomorrow? Absolutely. Mind if I pencil myself into the appointments book? Dee Dee asked. Sure, doll, it's on the desk at the front. Shelley waved a hand absently. My heart leapt. Things were already going to plan. Dee Dee would pencil herself in and snap a picture of Shelley's appointments on the morning of Gwendoline's murder while I kept the stylist busy. What about this color? Shelley asked. Sort of a caramel lowlight. Ooh, or you could go for auburn underneath the blonde, so when you tie your hair up, you've got a multicolored effect. Have you considered ombre? It's this. Shelley turned to another card and tapped the picture. A woman with long, styled curls, starting brunette with the tips ending blonde. It's very popular at the moment, and it's super easy to maintain. Nobody will care if your roots grow out. You could even try reverse ombre, which is blonde at the top and darker at the bottom. Oh, maybe. Can I see the other pictures? Sure. Here, you take the book and sit down. I'll fix us some coffee. Shelley hurried off toward the coffee station in the corner. Dee Dee came over and gave me a surreptitious thumbs up. She'd gotten the picture. How was your day, Shelley? Dee Dee started off the conversation because I was supposed to be busy. I bet there was a lot of gossip about Gwen today. A little stilted, but Shelley didn't seem to notice. Oh, you bet. Everyone thinks they know what happened, you know. They do? Oh, yeah, Shelley said, laughing. We've got a bunch of sleuths living in this town. Who do they think it was? I asked, still turning pages in the stylist's book. Please don't say Aunt Rita. Albert the librarian, Shelley replied. Word's gotten around that he was the last person to see Gwendoline alive, apart from Millie down at the shelter, but apparently she left before Gwen did, so... Yeah, it's not looking great for poor Albert. That was true. Unless, of course, I could prove he had an alibi. Decided what you want yet? Shelley brought a tray with 3 coffees over to the counter. Not yet. I grasped for an out. We had the information we needed now. I'd successfully distracted Shelley, so did I really have to go through with the whole hair color change thing? Are you coloring it for any particular reason? Shelley asked slyly. Got a hot date? I nearly choked on my own saliva. No. Dee Dee giggled. No. That's a lot of no for one sentence, Shelley said. Girl, you have a crush on somebody, don't you? No, I said again. Dee Dee pressed her fist to her mouth to keep from laughing out loud, and I shot her a look. At least my misery was entertaining. I'm going to an antiques club meeting with my aunt tomorrow evening, and I thought it might be nice to change things up a bit. The first part was true. I had agreed to go with Aunt Rita, though I knew little about antiques. But Aunt Rita had insisted that getting out and meeting new people would help me mellow and ingratiate myself in town. For antiques? Shelley couldn't keep the confusion out of her tone. Like getting her hair done for anything short of a hot date was beyond her. Right. Okay. I think the caramel lowlights sound good, I said, taking the plunge and pointing at an image. They didn't seem too dark or like they'd change how my hair looked too much. Great, let's get started. I left the cut and curled feeling like a poodle, but a poodle who'd snatched a string of sausages from the butchery. We did it, Dee whispered, as we strolled down the sidewalk, heading toward the boardwalk around the corner. We got the information. That was so cool. It was like we were two spies in a movie or something. You distracted her and I took the picture. Dee bounced as she walked, her face lit up with excitement. I laughed. I don't know about spies, but it went smoothly. Much more smoothly than I'd dreamed. Could you send me the picture you took, please, Dee? Sure. She whipped out her phone as we reached the boardwalk. The hungry alligator was alive with activity in the settling dusk, as was the small beachside bar down the street from the café, and tapped away. I opened the image she'd sent me and plopped down on the bench to examine it. Oh, this is perfect, Dee. She'd snapped a close-up image of all Shelley's appointments at the Cut and Curl salon for Monday morning. And there was Gwendoline scheduled in for 7 a.m., as Shelley had mentioned, along with her contact number right next to the booking. Gwen had left the salon at 7:30 a.m. and gotten into the mystery silver Honda, at which time it seemed another of Shelley's customers had come in and was booked for an hour-and-a-half-long session right up until 9 a.m. Is this normal? I asked. That Shelley had such a long appointment? Well, it depends on what the woman was getting done. Maybe she went from brunette to platinum blonde. That takes ages, especially if she did a cut afterward and a blowout. Carrie Jones, I said, reading the woman who'd booked during that long slot out loud. And after that, Shelley had a booking with Sienna. Not that I wanted to talk to Sienna about anything murder-related. But this Carrie woman, she's the alibi. If she was actually at the salon during that time, then there's no way Shelley could have killed Gwen. I memorized the number on the screen, then typed it into my phone and hit dial. The phone rang twice. Hello? The woman who answered had a croaky voice and spoke softly. Hi, sorry to bother you, I said. Is this Carrie? Yes, it's Carrie, she replied and coughed a little. Is she sick or she's lost her voice? I dismissed the questions. Hi, I'm calling from... I searched frantically for an excuse to wheedle the information out of her. From the Cut and Curled Salon. My name's Jessie, and I'm just calling to check you're satisfied with our service. Oh, the woman said. Yes, it was fine, thank you. I'm doing a survey regarding customer satisfaction and improving our services, I continued. Would you mind answering a few quick questions? It won't take more than a minute. Okay, I guess. I was keenly aware that it was an odd time to make the call, but Carrie didn't seem bothered. Dee watched me, hopping her legs up and down nervously. Great, thank you, I said. Can you confirm that you had an appointment at the Cut and Curled Salon on Monday between 7:30 a.m. and 9 a.m.? Yes, I was there. And Shelley Brooks was your stylist? Yes, Carrie croaked, sounding annoyed now. Look, how many more questions are there? Just one more, Miss Jones, I said, and gave Dee a thumbs up. Shelley was clear. She had an alibi for the supposed time of the murder, and the rest of her day was booked up, too. Were you completely satisfied with your experience at the Cut and Curled Salon? Apart from the call, yes. Great. Thank you so much for your... The line went dead. Oh, she hung up on me. Well, that's fine, I said. We got the information we needed. Shelley's clear. Good, Dee Dee said, because I really do want to get blue streaks in my hair. I smiled at my friend as we got up and headed off down the road, opting for the long walk back to the seaside road that held both my aunt's cottage and Dee Dee's mother's. So Shelley had an alibi. That left Albert. And if he had an alibi, what then? Chapter 12. The following evening. Ready to go, Sonny sweetheart? Aunt Rita asked from the entry hall in her cozy little cottage. She stood in front of the mirror, lipstick in hand. She dotted on the pale rose shade, matte because she didn't like glitter, and smacked her lips. I guess. I've never been to an antiques club meeting before. Is this okay? I gestured to the cream dress paired with a pale blue cardigan, just in case it got chilly. You look gorgeous, as per usual, Aunt Rita said. But are you comfortable? These meetings tend to get a little wild. Wild? They're antiques, I said. How could they possibly... You'll see. Aunt Rita's smile was secretive. I was keen to get out of the cottage and distract myself from Gwendoline's murder. A day of snooping around and asking questions hadn't gotten me any further. I didn't have any information on Albert or whether he had an alibi for the time of murder. He was my prime suspect, but there was no evidence proving he'd done it. Aunt Rita and I got into the VW Beetle, her behind the wheel, and we headed out to the Antiques Club meeting. We parked outside a 2-story home sandwiched between 2 others in the suburbs. Plenty of cars were already parked outside, and women of all ages emerged from them, chatting and carrying trays of baked goods or Tupperware containers. Should we have brought something with us? I asked. Well, I've got it covered, Aunt Rita said. Though I'm sure bringing a batch of your chocolate chip cookies would have gone down well. I need supervision to make them, I replied. I'm still not practiced enough. I'm sure Nick would be happy to supervise. I escaped the confines of the car before she said anything else, and we headed up the paved path that led to the porch with its potted plants and open front door. The dull thrum of activity from laughter to talking drifted out. Whose house is this? I asked. Primrose Mengele, Aunt Rita replied, grasping a Tupperware. She is the head of the Antiques Club and is, coincidentally, slated to become the new head of the Baking Biddies. I raised an eyebrow at my aunt. She grinned at me. Trust Aunt Rita to be one step ahead of the game. She wanted to prove her innocence as much as I did, and Primrose was the perfect suspect. Who else would have been motivated to get rid of Gwendoline but the woman set to take over from her? I told you, my aunt said. You should have brought your cookies. Primrose is a lot softer than Gwendoline. She'd lift your ban in a minute. Oh, that doesn't look good for you either, I whispered. In the context of, the murder? Aunt Rita shrugged before depositing a Tupperware of cupcakes on a front table. I had plenty of dirt on Gwendoline. There are better methods than murder for dealing with women like her. She'd kept her voice sufficiently low, but I checked none of the women milling around in the foyer had overheard. We entered the living room, a grand space with leather sofas, cream walls, and bronze sconces. It kind of reminded me of a scene from The Godfather, minus Marlon Brando. A pity. Everybody needed more Marlon Brando in their life. There she is, Aunt Rita said, nudging me. Primrose Mengele was short and thick around the middle, but tiny around the hips and chest. almost like an inverted hourglass. She wore her hair in long, luxurious black curls that swept to the base of her spine and had chosen a silk dress that accentuated her strange shape. She strolled around the room with a wine glass, the picture of confidence. My aunt waved her over. "Primrose, darling." "Rita, you're back from your cruise. How divine." Primrose came over and the two women air-kissed each other's cheeks. "I hear you were at the club meeting the other night, before Gwendoline had her little accident." Little accident? She was murdered. She didn't wet herself. "Oh, yes," Rita said. "Trouble with Gwen. She banned my niece from auditioning for the biddies." "Dear, your niece? This must be her. Pleasure to meet you, dear. Charmed, charmed." She extended a hand that was ensconced in a silk glove. I took it, unsure whether I was supposed to kiss her ring or shake her fingers. I settled for a half bend and half shake, my cheeks coloring. "Nice to meet you," I said. "Pull yourself together. You've got a new suspect." I couldn't yet place her at the scene of the crime, but if I could prove she didn't have an alibi, I had a new lead. Apart from Primrose, I wasn't sure who else might have wanted Gwendoline dead. She didn't have a spouse or children. The baking biddies had been her life, or so it had seemed last we'd spoken. Albert Quinn, Primrose Mengele, 2 suspects. "It's lovely to have you here at our little event," Primrose said. "Right. I'm excited to check out the antiques and learn more about, antiquing." Primrose's laugh was raspy. "Oh, no. We don't do any real antiquing," she said. "It's Parfait's worst-kept secret, dear. This is basically a social club, a great way for the women of this town to get away from their husbands for a while." "Oh," Aunt Rita grinned at me. "Or their maniacal cats. Now that I can understand." "I'm going to tell Bodger you said that," Aunt Rita said. I raised my hands in supplication. "Mercy!" I still slept with my door closed at night for fear of Bodger's kitty claws, though he hadn't hissed at me in what felt like ages. "How are you holding up, Primrose?" Aunt Rita turned to the new head of the baking club. "Managing under the pressure of your new position?" "Managing just fine, dear. It's not like Gwendoline was keeping up with affairs at the club, at any rate. I've been handling club matters exclusively for quite some time." "Why wasn't she keeping up with affairs, if I may ask?" I smiled, hoping that Primrose wouldn't shut me down for prying. "Of course you can ask," Primrose replied. "Gwendoline's been kept busy with her real estate ventures. You know, buying, selling, and renting. She's recently had a bit of trouble with her leasees, and that kept her occupied." Primrose sniffed. "Not that any of us approved of her reneging on her duties at the club. She had her money, sure, but the Baking Biddies is an exclusive club. Gwendoline was supposed to take it seriously, and she didn't. May she rest in peace." "What type of trouble was she having with her lessees?" I asked. "Oh, you know, the usual. Non-payments or people making a mess of the houses, that type of thing." Primrose took a sip from her glass. "Goodness, I need a refill. What about you, Rita, dear? Glass of champagne?" "Please. I'll be right back, Sonny. You mingle." Aunt Rita looped her arm through Primrose's, and off they went together. Aunt Rita never ceased to amaze me. She had friends in places high, low, and in between, whereas I was standing in the middle of the living room, between 2 cliques of women engaged in political conversation, alone. That was fine. It would give me some time to mull over what Primrose had said. Gwendoline had been having trouble with leasees. Could one of them have killed her? That complicated things significantly. For now, I'd add Primrose to my list of suspects and try to ascertain her alibi. Chapter 13. The next day at the Café. Sunny! Millie from the Parfait animal shelter next door greeted me with open arms. She was much shorter than I was, so I bent to accept her hug and friendly pats on the back. It's so good to see you again. Come for breakfast, Millie? I walked her over to a booth right in front of the windows, sun streaming through them, glancing across the wooden floors and filling the cafe with good vibes. Will Katie and Alexi be joining you? Not this morning, Millie grimaced. They're having a bit of a lover spat at the moment. I didn't want to stick around and listen in, so I gave them their space. Besides, it's early. I thought I should get some of those delicious eggs over easy for breakfast. Right, I said. Coming right up. Anything to drink with that? Just a coffee, please. I made the coffee for Millie first, paying extra attention to my actions so I didn't mess up this time. Aunt Rita was home at the cottage today, nursing a hangover from too many glasses of champagne last night, and she had left me in charge. It was quiet, as mornings in the cafe went, and the solitude was good for working over the case. I had several theories, but no answers yet as to who might have killed Gwendoline. On the positive side, Detective Garcia hadn't come by to question my aunt about her death. I walked the coffee over to Millie, then headed for the kitchen. It was tradition in the Sunny Side Up for the servers to make my aunt's famous eggs over easy. Hence, it was the only dish I could make on my own without burning down the place. And I'd gotten good at it, if I did say so myself. Inside the kitchen, Nick chopped vegetables at the counter. He smiled at me as I took my position in front of the gas burner to start the eggs over easy. How are you today, Sonny? He asked. I'm good, I replied. What about you? Good as ever, he said. And then an awkward silence followed, one that wasn't usual for us. Nick had been a great friend ever since I'd arrived in Parfait, though I could hardly say I'd always been the same to him. I grabbed 2 eggs from the tray and returned to the stovetop. You mentioned you wanted to talk to me about something the other day? Yeah. My back was to him, so I couldn't gauge his reaction. Yeah, that was nothing, he said after a minute. Are you sure? I'm here now. Sorry for running out on you. I was just trying to... Follow leads? Nick asked. I turned my head, catching sight of his shrewd gaze. How did you... I think I know you well enough by now, Sonny. Your aunt is a suspect in Gwendoline's death. I figured you'd be checking things out, as you always say. How's it going? Did you find anything? Nick's question opened the floodgates. I expelled the information I'd gathered so far, from the timeline of Gwendoline's death and the people who'd last seen her to my 2 current prime suspects. But now I've hit a wall, I said. I can't prove that Albert did it because of the lack of evidence, but I could try getting his alibi if he'd talk to me. I'm afraid he won't, though, after our last call. No harm in trying, Nick replied, gesturing with his chef's knife. But would he have had a motive for murdering Gwendoline? That's the thing. I don't know if he would have. It doesn't seem like. They had a minor disagreement because she was unpleasant, but I don't see how that could possibly lead to him murdering her. Right. What about Primrose? I flipped the eggs, pride swelling inside me. I'm getting really good at this. Primrose, she definitely had a motive. She could have wanted Gwen out of the way so she could be in charge of the baking biddies. But it's not like the baking biddies makes that much money, right? They do, Nick said. They host plenty of fundraising events and they participate in competitions. The head of the baking biddies usually becomes the face for the County Bakers Guild and gets featured in local magazines as a spokesperson. It's a high-paying position." "No way." "Way. You're going to ruin those eggs, by the way." "Shoot." I transferred them to the waiting slices of toasted ciabatta, then dressed them with a shake of salt and a grind of pepper. "I'll be right back, Nick. I need to pick your brain a little more." "My brain is at your disposal," Nick grimaced. That came out weird. I laughed and took the dish out to Millie, who thanked me, her brow wrinkled. "Are you okay, Millie?" "Yes, dear. Worrying about things I shouldn't," she said. "Well, I'm sure Alexi and Katie will work it out. Try not to stress too much." Millie gave me a half smile and I left her to her eggs, eager to soundboard a few ideas off Nick. In the kitchen, he'd moved from chopping veggies to preparing an egg and bacon order that had come through from Dee Dee's table. "So you think Primrose had a motive to get rid of Gwendoline?" I asked. "The gains speak for themselves," Nick replied. "Then I should figure out if she has an alibi. But how?" "That I don't know. You'd have to ask her or someone who is close to her." "The trouble is, I don't know Primrose at all." I sucked in a breath. "But I do know someone who does." I whipped out my phone and shot off a quick text to my Aunt Rita. A couple minutes later, the reply came through. "I don't know if she has an alibi, but I know how we can find out." "How?" I murmured as I typed out my reply. "We'll attend a Baking Biddies meeting, talk to the members of the club. Primrose wasn't there the night before the murder, so where was she? Was she in town? Out of it? That kind of thing." I grinned. "Thanks, Auntie. That's exactly what we need to know." "1 second, sweetheart. Let me get in touch with my contacts." Aunt Rita texted back. "Ah, there's a meeting of the club tonight at the library, 6 p.m. "In the library? Now that was interesting. As far as I knew, the Baking Biddies didn't usually hold their meetings in the library. So why this time? Was there a connection with Albert?" "I'll be there," I messaged my aunt. "Thanks, Nick," I said. "You helped me more than you know." "Be careful, Sonny. Don't do anything rash." He held my gaze, bringing back those treacherous butterflies. "I don't want anything to happen to you." Chapter 14. That evening. Aunt Rita parked in front of the Parfait library at 5 minutes to 6. The parking lot was packed with cars and others pulled up as we emerged from the Beetle. All of them were women wearing jeans and blouses with pins on their breasts. "What are those?" I asked under my breath. "Baking Biddies pins. They're compulsory for meetings of the club," Aunt Rita said. "But a lot of the members wear them at all times. Being a part of this club is, well, you know, dear. It's the most exclusive club in Parfait. People want to show off that they're a part of it." Aunt Rita and I entered the library. It appeared that the Baking Biddies had booked a section of the library, the area with tables and armchairs among the stacks, for their meeting. Visitors to the library were still allowed. A glance over at the front counter showed me that Albert wasn't on duty this evening. A younger librarian, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and her hair in 2 braids, stood behind the counter, reading a romance novel. Pity. It would have been great to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Poor turn of phrase, given the circumstances. "Is it just me, or does this library stay open later than usual?" I asked. "The Parfait Library stays open until 10 every night. It's a local law," Aunt Rita replied. "It's to encourage young people to read more. You know, deter them from going to parties and shepherd them toward books instead." "I doubt that would stop teens from partying." Aunt Rita laughed. "The local sheriff is pretty tough on kids who are out after curfew. There are hardly any parties here." "Good heavens." We walked among the stacks, ambling as if we'd come to peruse books, but slowly moving toward the meeting area. "There she is," Aunt Rita said. Primrose wore jeans and a blouse that didn't flatter her shape, with the Baking Biddies pin on her right breast pocket. She spoke quietly with another of the club members, but looked up and spotted us near the science fiction section. "And she sees us," I murmured. Aunt Rita lifted a hand. Primrose excused herself from talking to the club member and came bobbling over. "Rita, darling," she said, and did the cheek air kiss thing again. "How lovely to see you." "And you, Primrose. I hardly expect to see you again so soon after the Antiques Club meeting. Hello, Sonny." "Hi." "Listen," Primrose said, placing her hands on her narrow hips and listing her head to the side. "While it's so lovely to see you, I'm afraid this is a private meeting. The Baking Biddies." "Well, of course," Aunt Rita replied. "Of course. But you remember what I spoke to you about at the party last night? The audition? Sunny's yet to get her fair shot because of Gwendoline's ban. We wanted to petition the club to reconsider it." "A lifelong ban is a serious thing." "I understand that, Primrose, but—" "What do you have to say for yourself, Sonny?" Primrose interrupted my aunt. A bold move, since Aunt Rita didn't usually allow it. She deferred, though, since we needed Primrose in good spirits for our questions. "I hear that it was a piece of chipped tooth that got you banned." "It was a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to audition." I explained briefly how Frances Grace had tried to sabotage my chances at the baking club. Meanwhile, I tried working out how on earth we'd lead up to asking her where she'd been on the morning of Gwendoline's murder. I see. Didn't Gwendoline tell you any of this?" I asked. "I'm afraid not." "What about the last time you saw her?" Oh boy, is this going to get us the answers we want? "She must have mentioned it after my aunt came to the club meeting." "Crashed the club meeting, you mean?" Primrose asked, pursing her lips. No, we didn't discuss it." "But you did see her that—" "Look," Primrose said, "I have a club meeting to run, but I agree that your ban on auditioning was unfair. If you're serious about being a member of the Baking Biddies, come by tomorrow with a batch of your best baked goods. My house, by 2 p.m. at the latest, in person." And with that, she marched off to join the table of women. Aunt Rita and I retreated to a distance that wouldn't engender angry glares from the Baking Biddies members. "Oh, she didn't answer my question," I whispered. "No," Aunt Rita said. "She didn't. But she did grant you a personal audition at her home, which gives us an in. You give her the baked goods while I check out her home and see if I can find anything incriminating." "Are you sure you want to get involved, Auntie? It could be dangerous." "You realize it's my neck on the line, Sonny, sweetheart. I'm deathly serious about this." "Deathly isn't the best word to use right now," I whispered. "True." Aunt Rita took my arm in hers and walked me toward the open doors. "Now, you just have to bake chocolate chip cookies for the audition." "And hope they don't chip somebody's tooth." "Don't worry," Aunt Rita said, a sneaky grin parting her lips. "We'll ask Nick to supervise your baking tomorrow afternoon." "But the cafe—" "Tomorrow's a Sunday, sweetheart," she said, "and I'll be closing the cafe for the day." Oh boy, Aunt Rita's determined to play matchmaker. Testing. Chapter 15. By the time noon came around the following day, I had baked 3 batches of cookies. The first 2, which I had attempted without supervision, had flopped, but not as horribly as I'd anticipated. The third was okay because Aunt Rita had been hovering over my shoulder, double-checking that I did all the right things. Now on the 4th batch, I had a new supervisor, Nick. Aunt Rita had run next door and summoned him, designating my lack of baking prowess an emergency of epic proportions. She didn't care that I'd been determined to learn baking on my own, only that Nick would help me get through the audition. And no amount of protesting had helped. "All right," I said, dusting my hands off on my apron. It was already covered in flour, and the kitchen tiles were gritty with sugar underfoot. Now I just need to roll the dough into balls and place it on the greased baking trays. It helped to talk out loud throughout the process. Nick sat at my aunt's kitchen table, leaning back in his chair, completely at ease and with a handsome half-smile on his face. Aunt Rita had left us alone, citing Fudge's need for an early afternoon walk as an excuse, and the atmosphere in the kitchen had oscillated between friendly and weirdly tense since. "Concentrate, Sonny. This is important." While it wasn't imperative that I had the perfect cookies for the audition, we just needed them to be good enough to give Aunt Rita enough time to sneak around in Primrose's house. A part of me wanted them to be great, so that I could join the baking biddies and prove Damon wrong. Not that it mattered now that he'd passed on, but still. My insecurities regarding our divorce and past relationship hadn't miraculously disappeared because he'd died. "Sonny," Nick said, creaking forward in his chair. "Yes?" I balled up cookie dough and plopped it onto the greased baking sheet. "You didn't put the chocolate chips in." I flushed hot and immediately removed the cookie splotch and deposited it back into the bowl. "Right, of course. What am I thinking? What's a chocolate chip cookie without the chocolate chips?" "Plain cookies, I believe." I rolled my eyes at him and he let out a laugh that filled the entirety of the kitchen. I couldn't help but smile. Nick had that effect on me. "Stop it." "Right. Chocolate chips." I measured them out, poured them into the cookie dough and mixed them through, trying to distribute them as evenly as possible. "Well, that's done. Now can I make the cookies?" I raised an eyebrow at Nick. "Looks like it," he said, lips twitching at the corners. "Let me check." He got up and came over to stand behind me, peering over my shoulder at the recipe book on the countertop. Nick placed his hands either side of me and my blood pressure shot through the roof. "Nick, it looks like you've got everything right. You put the sugar in?" Yes," I managed. Nick was so close, the breath brushed across my cheek. His tan hands rested on the counter, trapping me between him and the recipe book. "And the chocolate chips are in now." "Yes." "And did you add the extra ingredient?" "What extra ingredient?" A moment of panic brought on by the idea that I might have forgotten something crucial overrode my emotions. I spun toward him and knocked my forehead into his chin. "Ouch!" Nick stumbled back, grasping at his face. "Nick, oh my word, are you okay? I'm so sorry." My forehead throbbed from the impact, but I came forward hurriedly, tugging at Nick's fingers. He let me lift his hand and peer at his chin. No bruising. That was something at least. "I knew you were headstrong," he said, "but darn, that hurt." I blushed. "I'm sorry, but what was the secret ingredient?" I asked. "I added everything the recipe said, but there was no mention of an extra—" "Tender, loving care," he said, his blue eyes watering. Whether that was from pain or mirth, I wasn't sure. "But I see that ship sailed." "Nick, I'm so sorry." "Don't be. It was an accident." And suddenly, I was aware that our fingers were intertwined. I hadn't let go of him after pulling his hand from his face. A sparking electric sensation shot up my arm and into my chest, and I lost my breath. Nick's expression grew somber. "Sonny," he said, "about that thing I mentioned at the—" A shrill scream rent the air. Chapter 16. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. "That came from outside," I said, and ran from the kitchen and out into the hall. I burst from the cottage and onto the front porch where Bodger stood hissing and yowling. Dee Dee lay on the front pathway. "Dee Dee!" I yelled, terror clawing at my throat. Dee Dee, are you okay?" My young friend sat up, blinking repeatedly. I'm okay, I think." She grasped her forehead. "What happened?" I crouched beside her, pressing the backs of my fingers to her forehead. "Did you faint? What?" "Dee Dee!" Nick rushed down the steps, only seconds behind me. "What is it? What's going on?" "Someone pushed me," Dee Dee said. "I'm okay. I just fell, but someone pushed me." "Who?" I looked around at the empty yard. For one wild second, I convinced myself that Bodger had knocked her over. I wouldn't have put it past him. But now that we'd come out, my aunt's cat had relaxed. "What do you mean?" "Let's get her inside, Sonny," Nick put in and offered Dee Dee a hand. "She's had a scare, I think. She needs sugar." We helped her up and guided her inside. She was clear-eyed and unhurt, or so it seemed, but my stomach twisted itself into knots with worry for her safety. Nick took her to the porch, settling her on the porch swing. "Drink this," Nick said, handing Dee Dee a soda from the kitchen. "Who pushed you?" I asked. "Oh, I don't know," Dee Dee said. "It was so weird. I was just on my way up the front path and then—" "Start from the beginning." Nick was calm and in charge. That made at least one of us. I took solace from his demeanor. If he was fine, then I could be fine too. Dee Dee took a long drink from her soda can. "I was coming over because I saw Rita walking fudge earlier, and she said that you guys would be baking cookies today for Sunny's audition at the Baking Biddies." "Right." All making sense so far. "I opened the gate and just when I did, someone pushed me over. Someone in a hoodie. I don't know where they came from, but they were inside the front yard." Ice descended over me, starting at the top of my head and sweeping down my spine. Someone was in the front yard. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Someone spying? Nick's worried gaze said he thought the same thing. "They ran past me out into the street. Anyway, I got a major fright, so I screamed." Dee Dee slurped down more soda. "Sorry if I freaked you out." "Sorry? Dee Dee, someone assaulted you," I said. "Don't be silly." "We should call the cops. Whoever pushed her is long gone by now, but it's important to report this type of thing," Nick said. "You're right," I said. "I'll do it." "No, allow me," Nick replied. "You get back to baking. You've got that appointment in a couple hours. Don't worry, Sonny. I've got everything under control." "Thanks, Nick. You're a superstar." I checked Dee Dee was okay. She sipped her soda, a hand pressed to her stomach and her gaze focused on the street, before heading inside to continue baking. With the chocolate chips added, I rolled the cookie dough into balls and placed them on the sheets, evenly spaced so that when they spread, they would, according to the recipe, they wouldn't fuse together. I barely concentrated on what I was doing. My ears perked up for danger or movement outside. The soft sounds of Dee Dee and Nick conversing were the backdrop to my baking endeavor. The first batch of cookies came out of the oven rosy and with the chocolate chips melted. They looked perfect, but I'd have to wait for the taste test to know for sure. The second batch went in as a car pulled up outside. The clack of the front gate and heavy steps outside told me the police had arrived. I set a timer and rushed out onto the porch. "A disturbance." Officer Phillips, so tall he seemed too big for the porch, leaned against the railing, his hands tucked into his pockets. We didn't have much law enforcement in Parfait. It was a small town, though not tiny, and it consisted of 7 regular police officers and Detective Garcia, who handled any and all detective work in the town, from grand theft to violent crimes. He'd been busy as of late. "Well, I didn't mean to scream," Dee said, "but I was pushed." "Wait, what?" I asked. "What about a disturbance?" Nick shot me a look that said, "Let me handle this." My hackles rose. Was the officer seriously going to take issue with Dee for crying out after being attacked? I should have been happy that Officer Phillips had come out. Parfait was lucky that it had its own station rather than being serviced by the county sheriff and his deputies alone, but I felt nothing but irritation. "We got a report that there was noise coming from this residence," Officer Phillips said, raising a pale blonde eyebrow at me. "What about Nick's call?" "I hadn't called them yet," Nick said. "What? Why? Dee was attacked." "I didn't want him to," Dee said. "I don't think it's that big of a deal." "Not that big of a deal?" I gaped at her. "A person obscured their face and pushed you over to get away. That's a huge deal. They were trespassing and they hurt you." "Oh, when did this happen?" Officer Phillips asked, drawing his notepad and pen out of his pocket and facing Dee. Dee broke into the tale, haltingly at first, then growing animated as she relayed her harrowing experience to the officer. He took copious amounts of notes on his pad. "Not much I can do about this," Officer Phillips said. "The perpetrator's long gone by now, but I've made a note of it, and if you have any trouble or see the person again, you give us a call, all right?" "Right," Dee said. Nick nodded. I didn't. Why hadn't Nick called in time? And why was Dee so shy about being attacked? This had to be related to Gwen's murder, right? With my ex-husband dead, I doubted that his old enemies would track me down. They had to have heard he was gone, and I'd done my best to absolve his debt. So who had attacked Dee? And why had they been hiding in my aunt's front yard? The oven timer rang inside the house, and I hurried to fetch the cookies. The meeting with Primrose couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 17. "Once you're inside," Aunt Rita whispered from her seat next to me in Primrose's marble-floored foyer, "they'll taste your food and discuss it. They'll try to dismiss you quite quickly whether they like it or not. The audition is to get a measure of you as a person, and these women make up their minds fast. They go off first impressions." I glanced down at my outfit, a simple dress covered in sunflowers with a modest neckline. I'd paired it with a thin cardigan in pale yellow. Was it modest enough? Was it too modest? Relax. You're not here to get into the baking biddies. You're here to snoop, to find out if Primrose did it or not. That was what I'd keep telling myself to keep the nerves at bay. "I need you to keep them occupied," Aunt Rita said, brushing gray strands of hair back from her eyes. "Give me at least 15 minutes. You give me 15, and I'll get you your alibi." "You sound confident." I clasped my Tupperware of chocolate chip cookies. "It's a virtue." "I think that's patience, Auntie." "Well, I'm not patient, sweetheart. I go for what I want, when I want it, so I've swapped out the patience for the confidence," Aunt Rita replied primly. A door clacked deeper in Primrose's glorious abode, and the tap of heels on marble approached. A young woman in a black frock and a white apron stopped beside us. "Excuse me, miss, but you're wanted in the drawing room." "Okay," I gulped audibly. I rose and followed the maid, glancing over my shoulder at my aunt. She gave me a thumbs up, practically glowing at the prospect of mischief. The maid led me down a long hallway past the staircase and toward a walnut door. She knocked once, then opened it for me and stepped inside. "Miss Sunny Charles." I entered, my fingers clammy on the Tupperware of cookies. The drawing room was basically a smaller living room further back in Primrose's grand home. A long, polished table had been set up along one side of it, and at it, 4 women sat with their backs to the empty fireplace. A single chair had been placed on a white rug in the center of the room. Paintings of women wearing severe expressions stared down from the ice-white walls. "Hello," I said nervously. I didn't dare check my watch and mentally kicked myself for not having done it before I entered the room. How else was I supposed to time 15 minutes for Aunt Rita? Oh well, you'll have to stall for as long as possible. "Miss Charles, is it?" The first of the 4 women could have been one of the paintings come to life. She shifted glasses along a crooked nose, peering at me over them. Primrose sat next to her, hands atop the long table, fingers interlaced. Businesslike. "Yes," I said, my anxiety ratcheting up. It wasn't so much large groups of people that bothered me. Parties and events were okay. It was this, being stared at and judged by folks I didn't know, that set me on edge. It was the reason working in the cafe had been so stressful in the beginning. I didn't like the spotlight. Thankfully, the sunny side up had prepared me for this, to a certain extent. "Welcome," Primrose said. "Have you brought your offering?" An offering for the goddesses of the baking biddies. The sarcastic thought helped soothe my nerves. "Yes," I gestured with my Tupperware. The First Lady pursed her lips. "Goodness, Primrose, you couldn't have had the maid put the cookies on a tray? Are we savages?" "Eating out of a Tupperware is unappetizing," the 3rd woman at the table said. She wore her hair in tight curls against her head. "Usually," Primrose said, casting evil-eyed looks at her companions, "the applicant brings the cookies on a tray, correct?" "Yes, that's true." The 4th woman, younger than the others and quite pretty, caught my eye. "But there's something to be said for a humble appearance." "That it doesn't belong in an exclusive club?" the 1st woman sniffed. Now, that's enough." Primrose tapped a finger on the table. "Come forward, Miss Charles. Place your cookies right here, then sit down." I did as I was asked, increasingly convinced that hell would freeze over before I got a spot in the baking biddies. And if it did freeze over, woman number 1 would thaw it with her fiery breath. Once in the chair, I tucked my hands into my lap, trying not to fiddle too much. I straightened, trying to sit tall and opting for the fake-it-till-you-make-it tactic. "Right," Primrose said, placing stubby fingers atop the Tupperware's lid. "Let's start with introductions. I, as you know, am the head of the baking biddies, Primrose Mangeli." She gestured to the hook-nosed meanie to her right. "This is Leah Noel. On my left is Gorgita Blanc, and at the end there is Missy Tar." Gorgita? What kind of name is— "Not going to introduce yourself, dear?" Leah asked, pressing her glasses up to her nose. "Not accustomed to polite society?" "Sorry," I said. "I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm Sunny Charles. My aunt is Rita Jackson, the owner of the Sunny Side Up Café." "Oh, we know who your aunt is," Gorgita said, patting her curls. "Crashed the Baking Biddies Club meeting the other night, didn't she?" Missy asked, spearing me with her gaze. "And under investigation by our Detective Garcia." "Well, she's innocent," I said, snapping the words out before I could stop them. "I mean, yeah, yeah." All 4 women stared at me, their gazes penetrating my fake confidence and slicing right through to my core. "We'll try your offering now," Primrose said and removed the lid of the Tupperware. The women leaned in and peered at the contents, their wing-backed armchairs creaking. "Chocolate chip cookies?" Leah asked, rolling her eyes to the side. "How original," Gorgita put in. Primrose removed 4 cookies and placed them on patterned china plates. She handed them out to her fellow judges. Gorgita broke off a piece and sniffed it before taking a bite. Leah lifted the entire cookie and nibbled, her nose wrinkling. Primrose snapped the cookie in half and ate a chunk, while Missy took a good old-fashioned bite. The ladies chewed. They tapped their chins and made soft noises among themselves, all while glancing over at me, studying my reaction to their reactions. Keep a straight face. You're fine. But it felt as if I was on the witness stand rather than seeking entrance to a small-town club. Chew, chew, chew. Crumbs dropped from lips, fingers dusted over plates, the gentle dab of a napkin here or there. After they had finished, Primrose met my gaze. "Thank you for your application," she said. "We will contact you within 3 business days to deliver the results of your audition." "That's it?" I asked. "You don't have any follow-up questions for me?" It had to have been more than 15 minutes since I'd entered, right? It sure felt like an eternity. "Goodness," Leah said. "How rude." "Very rude indeed," Gorgita added in. "Speak when you're spoken to, dear." "I was," I replied. The women all raised their eyebrows. "Yes," Primrose spoke after another eon of silence. "We'll be in touch. That will be all. Goodbye, dear." She shut the Tupperware and slid it across the table, gesturing for me to remove it and myself from the drawing room. I took it from her, dipping my head, then left the room. The maid awaited me outside. Had she been standing here throughout the entire meeting? How long was I in there for? I asked her. It felt like forever. The maid stifled a smile behind a dainty hand. 20 minutes, miss." "I did it. Great." "All right," I said. "Get me the heck out of here, please." "Right this way, miss." Aunt Rita awaited me in the foyer, seated in the exact same chair. Apart from her rosy cheeks and our secret plan, I'd never have guessed she'd left the spot. We'd bid the maid farewell and headed out to the car. Once inside, I rolled down my window to get rid of the muggy heat trapped inside and turned to my auntie. "What did you discover?" "Nothing," Aunt Rita said. "Absolutely nothing. Except for the fact that Primrose likes to smoke Cuban cigars in her spare time and writes a journal that contained absolutely no useful information whatsoever. She blabbed on for 3 pages about an apple pie recipe that flopped because she left her puff pastry in a sunny spot on her counter for too long." "So I sat through that painful audition for nothing?" I asked. Aunt Rita sighed. "I'm afraid so, sweetheart." Chapter 18. Aunt Rita held a tradition for Sunday evenings in her little cottage by the seaside. She'd fixed us grilled cheese sandwiches, a cup of hot chocolate apiece, or lemonade depending on the temperature, and we'd settle in front of the TV in her cozy living room. Her favorite show, Crime Scene Solvers, aired at 6 p.m. on the Mystery Channel, and she'd never missed an episode, apart from when she'd been on the cruise. "I've got so much to catch up on," Aunt Rita said, taking a bite of her grilled cheese sandwich. Bodger had settled on the armchair to the left of our sofa, and Fudge lay at my feet, glancing up at the sandwiches with doggy food lust in his eyes. He'd already been fed, of course, but Fudge was a Hoover when it came to food. "Catch up on?" I asked, picking the crust off my sandwich. "In the show, Sonny. You know, I should have recorded the episodes I missed, but I figured they do these monthly reruns, so..." You're not listening to a word I'm saying, are you?" "What's that?" "It's Gwendoline, isn't it?" Aunt Rita asked, taking another bite of sandwich. She gestured with the half-eaten piece. "You can't stop thinking about the mystery." "Do you blame me?" I asked. "It's all so frustrating. I can trace Gwendoline's movements up until she leaves the hair salon. Then she goes missing for a half an hour with the person in the silver Honda. And after that, she's in the library before she leaves, turns the corner, and is abducted. But by who? Whom? By whom? By whom? Right. I scratched my temple. The point is, there are missing swaths of Gwendoline's time, and I have nothing. You know, Sonny, Detective Garcia hasn't been back to talk to me. He's probably following other leads. You don't have to stress yourself out about what's going on. Aunt Rita put down her sandwich and lifted a paper napkin to clean her fingers. Unless... What? I think you've become addicted to solving mysteries, she said. And it's bugging you that you can't figure out this one. She was right, of course. Even I could see it, no matter how much I wanted to deny it. I took a bite of my sandwich. The bread crunched, the cheese oozed, and the savory flavor lifted my spirits. Aunt Rita patted my arm. I understand, you know. I didn't feel very useful or purposeful after you left the house, she said. I had the worst empty nest syndrome. You did? You never mentioned a word. Oh, I didn't want to cramp your style, sweetheart. You had your life to live, and then there was that pig, Damon, may he rest in peace. She rolled her eyes at the mention of my ex-husband. Well, the point is that I feel empty. And then I moved, and I bought and revamped the Café, and things started looking up again. Every woman needs a purpose, one that doesn't revolve around someone else's life. A purpose? Yes, even if it's a hobby like baking, knitting, collecting stamps, or looking after kitties. Every woman needs a purpose. I found mine, and I feel as if you're still searching for yours, Aunt Rita said. Maybe these mysteries are your purpose. If they fulfill you and make you feel useful, then I say you go for it. Stop worrying about whether you should or not. I pressed my lips together to keep my emotions in check. Eat your sandwich, sweetheart. You don't want the cheese to harden. Auntie patted my arm again and returned to her show, as if she hadn't just spouted wisdom. I finished every last bite of my sandwich, then got up and fetched my mystery journal from the bookcase. It's the historian, Aunt Rita announced, pointing at the TV screen. It's got to be the historian. What, are you people blind? I stifled a chuckle and flipped the mystery journal open to the relevant page. Carefully, I struck names of suspects from my book and added the new clues. Case number 4. The case of the washed-up baker. Victim name? Gwendoline Meyer. Occupation? Head of the Baking Biddies Baking Club and businesswoman. Age? In her 60s. Time of death? Between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 2 p.m., but most likely in the morning. Cause of death? Unknown. Bludgeoning or stabbing? Suspect list. Albert Quinn, the librarian who last saw Gwendoline. Most suspicious because of this. He also didn't like having the police in the library and didn't want to talk to me afterward because of it. He doesn't have an alibi. What would his motive be? Anger? Can't get a hold of him. Alibi? Aunt Rita. Not a chance Aunt Rita would have hurt Gwendoline, even if she didn't like her. But she doesn't have an alibi because she was out on her walk that morning, so there must be another way to clear her. Crossed out Shelley Brooks, a suspect because she saw Gwendoline that morning. If I can ascertain an alibi for her, I can rule her out. Did she have appointments that morning after Gwendoline's? If so, she's likely innocent. Can check this. Crossed out, Frances Grace. The only person I know of who drives a silver Honda, but she was out of town on Monday. I put a quick call through to Michael and confirmed the alibi. Frances wasn't in town at the time of Gwen's murder. It wasn't her. Great motive, but rock-solid alibi. Primrose Mangeli, the new head of the Baking Biddies. She seems nice-ish, but there isn't enough evidence proving or disproving her presence. She doesn't drive a silver Honda as far as I know, but I don't have an alibi for her yet. Follow up on this. I wrinkled my nose. There really wasn't much to add, though I felt as if I'd been running around town like a headless chicken searching for answers. I'd tried calling the library earlier today, but Albert wasn't on duty, and the librarian had refused to give out his personal number or tell me the schedule of work or when he'd come in. I tapped my pen against the notebook's page, then started writing again. Timeline. 7 a.m. Gwendoline arrives for her appointment at the Cut and Curled with Shelley Brooks, who has an alibi for the assumed time of the murder. 7:30 a.m. Gwendoline is seen leaving the salon and gets into a mystery silver Honda with a decal on the side. She is missing for half an hour. 8 a.m. Gwendoline arrives at the library and is seen on her phone arguing with someone. 8:30 a.m. Gwendoline leaves the library, walks around the corner, and is never seen alive again. 2 p.m. Gwendoline's body washes up on the beach. Cause of murder unknown. For the body to wash up that quickly, I muttered, it has to mean that she was thrown into the ocean somewhere close by, as I'd previously assumed. So get a map, Aunt Rita said. I jolted out of my reverie. Aunt Rita had already finished her show and was peering over my shoulder at the mystery journal. Gosh, how long had I been musing and writing notes? If you can figure out where the body might have been dumped, you might find clues Detective Garcia hasn't, Aunt Rita said. Wait here. She got up and shuffled out of the room, returning with her cell phone. She opened her Maps app and pinched her fingers on the screen, spreading them to zoom in on a view of the bay around Parfait. See? Look here. There are a few secluded spots along this side of the bay where her body could have been dumped. If we check the surf report for the area, we can tell when high tide was and what the swells were like on that morning. Wow. I blinked, my head already hurting. Right. Okay. But what will that tell us? Let's see. Aunt Rita typed away on her phone and brought up a search result. If there was a swell heading in a certain direction, regardless of speed, we can sort of try to calculate where the body might have been dumped. See? Look here. She tapped the screen. Between the hours of 9 and noon, the swell was heading north-northeast, and the wind was strong. If the body washed up here at 2 and the swells changed after noon, then it stands to reason that the body was probably dumped in this area of the coast. It also helps that it was high tide between those hours, and since tide can influence current, there might have been a current that carried Gwendoline back to shore. Aunt Rita gestured to the map on the screen where the bay curved, near Frances Grace's cottage on the other side of Parfait. There's plenty of spots that don't see a lot of traffic here because the road curves around the incline. You could theoretically drop a body off the side of the hill without realizing that the ocean tide and swells would carry it back to Parfait's beach, right in front of the boardwalk. Auntie, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose, I think you're a genius. Maybe not. I might be an apple short of a bushel because I'm no expert on swells or currents. It's got to do with the wind, though. Tides and currents. I dated a surfer once, you know. He was slow about everything, but he could calculate all this type of stuff if it meant riding an epic wave, Aunt Rita said. Like I said, this is, at best, uneducated guesswork. I could be completely wrong. But it's still something I can use, I said, an earlier plan formulating in my mind's eye. I say we go out to the beach tomorrow afternoon, Auntie. What do you think? I'm in the mood for sun and surf. She winked at me. Chapter 19. The following afternoon, we left Dee Dee and Nick in charge of the sunny side up, marked 3 spots on our map, then piled Fudge into the VW Beetle and puttered off toward the coast. The weather was fine, a temperate 75 degrees, and the sun was out in a cloudless sky, though the weatherman had announced, in foreboding tones, that we weren't in the dry season yet. Fudge lay on the back seat, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth, occasionally letting out a bark of approval for the surprise trip. "It feels strange to drive all the way around to the other side of the bay," Aunt Rita said, smiling. "Usually, if I want to go to the beach, I walk across the road and down the dunes." "Yeah," I grinned back at her, but my nerves hopped away. What would we find today? Evidence of the crime? Or nothing at all? Having Fudge with us was great for 2 reasons. I adored him, and he might help us sniff out clues. "Any news on Primrose?" Aunt Rita asked. "Have they summoned you back yet?" "No, but they did say in 3 business days." "Mighty full of themselves, aren't they?" Aunt Rita kept her focus on the road. "I never wanted to join that club because of it. That, and I'm not big on baking." "Yeah, I just wish I had an alibi for Primrose, or proof that she doesn't have one, you know?" "Don't worry, sweetheart. I've put out my feelers. If Primrose was seen anywhere on that morning, I'll hear about it soon enough." Aunt Rita directed the car to a paved inlet on the side of the road that had a view of the sandy beach below. The beach was empty here because it was far enough away from Parfait, and there were quite a few rocks and tide pools to navigate. "This looks like a good spot to dump a body," Aunt Rita said sagely. I pulled a face. "I still can't believe Gwendoline's dead. It's such a strange thing." "What is?" "I'm talking about the body and then having known the victim. Almost like it's easier just to say the body than to put the name to the murder." Aunt Rita nodded. "We won't figure anything out sitting in the car all afternoon." I grabbed Fudge's lead, clipped it onto his collar, and we made our way down the gentle incline, Fudge tugging me along and barking wildly. I wasn't worried about him running away, and there wasn't anyone on the beach, so I let go of the lead and let him run free. "It's fairly untouched," Aunt Rita said, adjusting a floppy sun hat she'd placed on her head. "Not much wind today, either." Waves crashed against the rocks here or there, and I frowned. How would one dump a body here and not have it simply wash up on this beach again? "Well, if you had a boat, you might, but you wouldn't load up here," Aunt Rita said. "I'm afraid you're right, Sonny. It's not a good spot after all." "Maybe off a pier or the hill that way?" I gestured back toward the road. But we'd done a quick drive-by of the area and seen nothing of note. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I grew. This was silly of me. A futile attempt to gather evidence when we had no clue where the body had actually been. Fudge's throaty bark sounded from down the beach, and I snapped to attention. It wasn't his usual playful yipping. "Fudge!" Aunt Rita called. I kicked off my sandals and jogged down the beach. Fudge's head appeared between the scrub along the verge of the incline. He barked at me, then disappeared. "What did you find, boy?" I asked, then ran up to him, stopping short of the prickly branches. I parted them carefully. Fudge snuffled the sand underneath the shrub, his tail wagging, then stopping, wagging, then stiffening. "Fudge, what did you find? Come on, boy, move out of the way." "What's he got?" Aunt Rita asked, coming up behind me, my sandals swinging from the tips of her fingers. "I don't know," I said. "I'm trying to see, but it's not anything big. Come on, Fudgy, move over, sweetheart." I nudged him a little, and he backed up a step, affording me a glimpse of the fish skeleton laying in the sand. My heart sank. "It's nothing," I said. "Just a rotting fish. Come away, Fudge, come on." I picked up his sandy lead, regretting my earlier decision to let go of it, and guided the fluffy brown dog back out onto the sand. He barked at me, pleased with himself for his exploration of a rotting carcass. "Nothing," I repeated, shrugging my shoulders at my aunt. "Let's try the other spot on the list," she said. "You never know, we might find something." But I had my doubts. Chapter 20. Later that evening. I'd spent the rest of the afternoon at the sunny side up staring off into space, pondering the case and occasionally messing up a coffee order. After the third overflowing coffee cup, Aunt Rita had dismissed me for the day with instructions to go home, have a bubble bath, and stop obsessing over things I couldn't control. Like who had been driving that silver Honda? Or whether Primrose had an alibi. And when the baking biddies would get back to me about my application. I parked the VW Beetle in the driveway at my aunt's cottage and squeezed my eyes shut for a second. "Oh, I've got to relax," I whispered to myself. Maybe my aunt was right. It was past time I had a nice long bubble bath. Fudge barked from the front yard, and I smiled. I could always count on my crazy sweet doggo to cheer me up. I got out of the car and Fudgy bounded up to me right away. I stroked his velvety soft ears, making the same type of goo-goo noises I'd have made to a baby. "I missed you too. Yes, I did. Yes, I did." I gave Fudge a kiss on his forehead and he tried to lick me on the cheek. "All right, let's go say hello to Bodger. You need something to eat too, don't you?" He barked assent. I walked up the front steps of the cottage, bringing my keys out of my pocket. The toe of my sneaker bumped into something. What's this? A cardboard box had been left on the porch. "Fudgy, did you leave this for me?" I winked at him. He whined, ears twitching. The box was pink and embossed with golden stars. I'd never seen one like it. Could it have come from the local bakery? The corner of an envelope peeked out from underneath it. I bent and slipped it out, flipping it over to look at the front. Sunny. That was all. Weird. I opened the envelope, but there was nothing inside. Even weirder. "Fudge, who dropped this off?" He whined again and planted his doggy booty on the porch. Maybe it was from the baking biddies. They'd acted strangely cloak and dagger the other day, so it stood to reason that they'd drop off my acceptance or rejection in this fashion. But no, they would have put a letter in the envelope. I grabbed the cardboard box and sat down on the porch swing. Fudge watched me, tilting his head to the side. I wonder what it is. A strange sense of foreboding washed over me. This was silly. Surely it was just a cake or cookie or... I opened the lid of the box, and all sensible thought evaporated. There, nestled upon wax paper, in the center of the pretty pastel pink box, sat a finger. A person's finger. My scream hurt my throat. "Ma'am," Officer Phillips said, "do you mean to tell me that you called me out here for a practical joke?" "No, I didn't," I replied. "You told the operator that someone had sent you a finger in the mail." "Yes." "Like the mafia sends people fingers?" "Yes." My nausea had waned at last. "But this isn't a finger," he replied, gesturing with the box. "It's made of... what did you call it?" "Fondant. It's a type of icing. You can shape it into just about anything, including fingers. Fingers that looked pretty realistic if I did say so myself. In truth, it had taken me about 30 seconds after I'd finished damaging my eardrums to identify that the finger was not a finger. Whoever had made it had gotten the nail all wrong. At first glance, though, it had seemed a threat right out of my nightmares. So you called me out here for a finger made of icing. Ipso facto, a practical joke. Ipso facto, a threat! It's obviously a threat, officer, I said, glaring at him now. First, my friend got pushed over in the front yard. Now this. There's obviously someone watching the cottage, and I'd bet anything it's got to do with Gwendoline Meyer's murder. You're betting with my time, Officer Phillips grumbled, running fingers, through his ice-blonde hair. Look, I'll write up a report, but there's not much I can do about this. Take the box, dust it for fingerprints. I bet you'll find a match on one of the suspects in the case. Officer Phillips looked at me like I'd grown an extra head and 2 tails. What? I'm serious. You might find out. Sonny? Aunt Rita rushed up the sidewalk. She clattered through the front gate. Sonny, Geraldine told me you were screaming about a finger. News travels too fast in this town, Officer Phillips said. Ma'am, I've got this under control. Jeremy Phillips. My aunt snapped the words out. You'd better change your attitude and change it quick before I put in a call to your mama and tell her how you've been acting around my niece. I heard all about your impatience with her the other day. Officer Phillips's fair cheeks blushed bright red. He muttered something indistinct and bobbed his head. See for yourself, I said and opened the box. I'd put on a pair of my aunt's gardening gloves in case of fingerprints on the cardboard. Could the police even lift prints from this? I had no idea, but it was better to be safe in these instances, right? Good heavens, Aunt Rita said. Good heavens, well, this is clearly a threat. There's no evidence of that. Officer Phillips folded his brawny arms. It's obviously a prank. A cruel prank, if it's that. Look, the officer said. There's not much I can do about this. We don't do fingerprints for this type of thing, and yeah, it's a waste of police resources. We've got a murder to investigate, you know. A town to keep peaceful. Such a good job you're doing. My aunt didn't pull her punches. I'm sorry, Officer Phillips said, having the grace to seem sheepish. Call me if something serious happens. And then he turned and marched off. Fondant fingers are serious, I called after him. Why, the nerve. If he knew... Gwendoline was in the baking biddies. This has got to be related to that, right? Well, I agree, Aunt Rita said. You might as well take off those gloves, dear. Inside the kitchen, Aunt Rita took the box from me and set it on the cutesy square kitchen table. Bodger meowed from the doorway, picking up on the serious atmosphere, while Fudge had opted to sniff around the base of the fridge. Who would do this? I asked. Do you think it was someone from the baking club? Primrose, even? Maybe, Aunt Rita replied. It certainly sends a message, doesn't it? I feel like I'm in a movie. You should have heard me scream, Auntie. I nearly popped my own eardrums. I thought it was a real finger. Well, I'm surprised you didn't toss it across the porch, Aunt Rita said. Good presence of mind not to. Well, I can't take that compliment. The only reason I didn't throw it was because I froze. On the spectrum of fight, flight, or freeze, I'm definitely the latter. Aunt Rita was silent for a few seconds. I'll make tea, she said. It will soothe your nerves. While she did that, I sat down at the table. Bodger wandered over and perched next to my chair, looking up at me with what I imagined was concern. Could it be? Had Bodger softened up to me to the point where he no longer hissed or tried to claw me in my sleep? The kitty cat lifted his paw and batted me once on the leg before retreating to the kitchen doorway. It was the show of solidarity I needed. It's got to be Primrose, I said. She must know I've been poking around. She sent me the finger to freak me out, and the only reason she'd do that is because she murdered Gwendoline. She certainly achieved her goal if she was trying to unsettle you, Aunt Rita replied. But if it's her, why would she... 3 slow, booming knocks at the front door interrupted her. Chapter 21. "Who's that?" I asked. "Well, I'm out of practice," Aunt Rita replied. "Huh?" She pressed 2 fingers to her temples. "With clairvoyance?" "Very funny, Auntie." I walked through to the foyer, followed by pitter-pattering fudge, and placed my hand on the doorknob. I hesitated. What if it was the person who sent the fondant finger? I didn't care what Officer Phillips said. That had clearly been a threat. The knock came again. 3 loud bangs that rattled the door in its frame. I doubted Primrose had enough power in her arm to knock that loud. "Who's there?" I called, my voice warbling. "I'm seeking Miss Charles. I have a message from the Baking Biddies regarding your audition." Oh. Did that mean I opened the door or not? If the Baking Biddies had sent the threat. Aunt Rita appeared in the hall and waggled her fingertips at me. "Okay," I said and opened the door. A butler, dressed in a black suit with a matching bow tie, stood on the porch. His thin gray hair was parted to the right, and he wore a monocle complete with a golden chain. "Miss Sunither Charles." "Sunither?" I choked it out. "Just Sunny. My name is Sunny." Sunither sounded like a disease, for heaven's sake. "Pardon me, ma'am, but I have you down as Sunither. I must insist that we follow protocol." "But the name you have down is incorrect," I said. "It's Sunny." The butler gave me a withering look. "Miss Sunither Charles." I opened my mouth to protest, but thought better of it. It would only make this conversation take longer. Satisfied that I wouldn't interrupt, the butler continued, his mouth a grim slash. "Miss Sunither Charles, you are hereby summoned forthwith to appear in front of the panel of esteemed judges at Miss Primrose Mangeli's estate. You have 1 hour to present yourself, to hear your results, or your potential position in the club will be forfeited." "An hour?" I said, blinking. "But—" "Please sign and initial this page as evidence that your summons has been received." He produced an envelope, flipped it open, and removed a page. A fancy nibbed pen followed. He thrust them toward me. I took them, thrown off by the butler and the finger, and pressed the page against the open door. "Sign it with your full name, Sunither Charles, please," the butler said, peeking over my shoulder. "I can't accept anything else." I gritted my teeth and did as he'd asked, handing the paper back afterward. "Very well. You have been summoned. Farewell." And then he walked off, limping, his monocle glinting in the afternoon sun. "What on earth was that?" I asked. "Has that ever happened to you before?" "No," Aunt Rita said, "but I never tried to join that crazy club." She patted Fudge on the head, who'd been as shocked as me and had plonked down in the doorway. "But, Sunither, this is your chance to get the dirt on Primrose." "Auntie, if you ever call me that again—" "What, Sunither?" "Stop. Sunither, don't be ridiculous. You're causing a scene." "Auntie!" Fine. Aunt Rita gave me her most devilish grin. "But I wasn't joking about this being your shot to find dirt on Primrose." "Well, it might be a trap if they sent me the finger." "I doubt all the ladies at the baking club are in on Gwendoline's murder." Aunt Rita glanced off at the sky. "On second thought, maybe I'd better come with you." This time I didn't have to wait long to be admitted to the drawing room in Primrose's grand home. The same 4 ladies awaited me, sitting in the exact same spots. Leah, Primrose, Gorgita, and Missy had laid out a pot of tea and fine china cups and saucers. They gave me smiles that ranged from cold to lukewarm as I entered. Aunt Rita was forced to remain outside, but we'd agreed that I'd scream as loud as I had over the fondant finger if they tried any funny business. "Sonny," Primrose said, much to my relief given the whole Sonather incident. "Hello," I replied and took the hot seat in the middle of the room. Eyes watched me from every direction, the stern portraits along the walls and the women gathered in front of me. "I came as soon as I received the summons." "And good thing you did," Leah sniffed. "We don't like to be kept waiting." "We have the results of your audition," Missy said, presenting the lukewarm smile. "And they're not good," Gorgita put in, patting her tight curls. "At least not in my opinion, they're not." "3 of the 4 judges have agreed that you are conditionally accepted to the baking biddies," Primrose said, speaking over the other 3 women. "I welcome you to the club, but you must be aware that you'll be expected to produce a perfect cheesecake on the night of the full moon, or risk expulsion from the club." The night of the full moon? Is this a club or a cult? Good heavens. "Oh," I said. "Okay." The 4 women stared at me, unblinking. "Just okay," Primrose said. "This is the most exclusive club in Parfait, if not the entire county." "What do you mean, okay?" "I mean, that's amazing." I clapped my hands. "Fantastic. I couldn't be more excited." I jumped out of my chair, hoping that the act I'd put on would be accepted. "Yay!" "That's better," Leah muttered. "I told you we shouldn't have let her in," Gorgita said. "It's the personality, see? She doesn't have the personality to be a part of this club. And what kind of name is Sonather, anyway?" I held back a snort. "That's enough, ladies. Meeting adjourned. You may return to your homes." Primrose got up and circled the table, coming toward me. "I want to have a word with Sonny in private." Uh-oh. The moment I'd opened the box and found the finger replayed in my mind. "Are you all right, Sonny?" Primrose asked, placing dainty fingers on my forearm. "You're pale." "I'm fine," I said. "Just stressed out about Gwendoline's death." "Oh? Why?" "Worried about my aunt," I replied. "Oh, don't be silly. Everyone knows your aunt couldn't have done it. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Doesn't have it in her, much like me." Primrose sighed. "Though I'll admit Gwendoline's negligence of her duties got under my skin." "Did you see her on the morning of her murder?" I asked. "Me? No," Primrose said. "Unfortunately, I wasn't in town on the morning it happened. I had a meeting with my doctor, Dr. Bozeman. His practice is in Miami, and he's a magician with Botox." She gestured to her smooth forehead. "But I came back as soon as I heard the news about Gwendoline. So terrible." "Terrible?" I nodded. Primrose continued talking, but I didn't hear a word. My theory was shot if Primrose's alibi checked out, and it seemed like a fairly simple thing to confirm. If she had been out of town on the day of the murder, she couldn't possibly have murdered Gwendoline. If that was the case, I was almost out of suspects, and definitely out of leads. Testing. Chapter 22. Back at the cafe that afternoon. I hadn't brought my mystery journal with me. I'd learned my lesson a few weeks ago about carrying around incriminating evidence or clues in public. But I positioned myself at my favorite spot next to the cash register and the sunny side up. From here, I could people watch, consider the clues, and annoy myself with the facts. A quick call to the doctor Primrose had mentioned, pretending to be her confused assistant, had provided me with her alibi. She wasn't the murderer, and she probably hadn't sent me the fondant finger in that case. But if not her, then who? And why a fondant finger of all things? The finger brought me back to my ex-husband's enemies in the mob. And the fondant? Baking, but not the club. I fixed myself a cup of coffee to help clarify my tired thoughts. Aunt Rita and Dee Dee were doing what they did best, laughing with customers, serving people, moving around the interior of the sun-filled café. The view of the boardwalk and sparkling ocean brought in plenty of folks, and a police car pulled up outside the café and parked across the road. Detective Garcia emerged from within. Surely not. Surely he won't come in here. He's probably just grabbing a bite to eat. Detective Garcia looked out at the ocean for a moment before turning and walking toward the sunny side up. I wasn't the only one who'd noticed his presence. A few of the customers gestured and gossiped at their tables. Detective Garcia pushed open the door and entered the air-conditioned interior of the cafe. "Hello, Detective," Aunt Rita said. "Come for a late afternoon bite? We've got breakfast all day today if you're interested." "Chicken and waffles," Dee Dee added in, giving him a thumbs up. "Rita," he said, and silence fell in the cafe. "I need you to come down to the precinct. You mind?" Aunt Rita's eyes widened. She looked around at the patrons of the cafe, then forced a smile. "Why, of course. No problem at all, Detective. Sonny and Dee Dee will look after things while I'm gone." The detective didn't say anything to that. Aunt Rita came to the coffee bar and grabbed her purse from under the counter. "Don't panic," she whispered. "I'm sure everything will be fine. If I need help, I'll call you, okay?" "Auntie." "It'll be fine, sweetheart." And then she patted my cheek, her palm warm and smelling faintly of rose-scented cream, and went to join Detective Garcia. They exited the sunny side up and headed for the police car. No sooner had the door swung shut than the chatter and gossip erupted in the cafe. I was tempted to block my ears, but since I'd outgrown the terrible twos, I'd opted for sanity. Dee Dee came over. "This is bad," she whispered. "The detective sounded so serious." "What's going on?" Nick had emerged from the swinging kitchen doors. I explained briefly, holding back my fear. "Don't worry, Sonny," Nick said instantly. "She'll be fine. They can't arrest her without evidence." "But what if they have circumstantial evidence, or whatever it's called?" Dee Dee asked, tugging on her black and blue streaked hair. "I don't know," I said. "But I won't let her take the fall for this. I won't." "Sonny, it's going to be okay." Nick placed a hand on my shoulder, but I shrugged it off. I couldn't handle the sympathy right now. It felt as if someone had died rather than my aunt being questioned. "Sorry," I said stiffly. "I need some air. Can you take care of things for a couple minutes, Dee Dee? Sure," Dee Dee replied. "Well, of course." Both Dee Dee and Nick stared at me as I scooted off the bar stool and walked to the exit. They weren't the only ones. Every head in the cafe turned, but I ignored them and slipped out into the salt-brushed air outside. "It'll be fine. It'll be fine." But repeating the mantra didn't make it fine. I was no closer to figuring out who'd killed Gwendoline. All I'd succeeded in doing so far was ruling people out. My only two clues, and they weren't even leads, were the silver Honda and Albert Quinn, and I hadn't been able to track him down at the library. It was time to get aggressive in my sleuthing. I'd ask around, find out Albert's home address, and go see him. "Hello, Sonny dear." I hadn't noticed Millie emerging from the Parfait animal shelter next door. She clutched a copy of the Parfait Platter, the local newspaper, in her hands. "Did you see this?" She lifted the paper and patted the front page. "Memorial service for Gwendoline Meyer to be hosted on Sunday. Celebrity bakers on attendance list." "No, I didn't," I replied. "Everyone's invited. It says so right here. Apparently, Gwendoline wanted a massive send-off. Said so in her will. That's okay. Are you going, dear? Millie asked, studying the page, the tip of her tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth. I don't know if we're supposed to bring anything with us. It doesn't say, but it's customary to bring. I zoned out, looking up and down the road, my thoughts scurrying about like bunnies in a burrow. A flash of silver caught my eye. A car parked outside the Hungry Alligator restaurant. A tall woman got into it and slammed the door, then started the engine. A decal, unreadable at this distance, was printed along the side. No way. It can't be. The car pulled out into the road and my heart leapt. It was the silver Honda. Hey! I yelled. Millie screeched mid-sentence and dropped the newspaper. Hey! Stop right there! I ran down the road in my kitten heels. Trust today to be the day I chose the heels rather than the sneakers. Stop! I waved my arms at the silver Honda, but it turned the corner and disappeared. I wasn't fast enough to catch up. Millie tottered over. Sonny, have you lost your mothballs? Marbles, you mean? I said, sucking a breath. I hadn't run far, but I wasn't exactly big on cardio at the moment. What came over you? You nearly scared me to death, Millie said, rubbing her chest. Sorry, I said. There was a car down there, a silver Honda with a decal along the side, and I know what's important to the case. The case? Gwendoline's case, I replied, trying not to snap. I wasn't impatient with Millie, but with myself for not having noted down the number on the license plate. It was a rookie mistake, not forgiven by my uneasiness over Aunt Rita's interrogation with the detective. Oh, Millie said. Well, I know who drives that car. You do? I spun toward her. Millie jolted and took a step back. Goodness, dear, you look positively maniacal. Please, Millie, tell me who drives that car. It's super important. That's the Snow real estate car. Becca Dover drives it. She's the local estate agent who handles most of the buying and selling in Parfait. She's got somewhat of a monopoly around here. Millie, I whispered, drawing her into a hug. I could kiss you. This is amazing. It's wonderful. Millie patted her limp curls after I'd released her. I'm glad to be of help to you, dear. I don't know about the kiss, but I'll take a cup of coffee. Deal. Chapter 23. The following morning. I rubbed my palms together, standing out on the sidewalk in front of the Sunny Side Up, hopped up on coffee but utterly bone-tired. Detective Garcia had let my aunt return home at 3 a.m. They had detained her, though they didn't have enough evidence to prove she'd committed a crime. Perfectly legal and perfectly terrifying. They really thought it was her. Needless to say, Aunt Rita was at home, relaxing, and the first thing I'd done upon arriving at the café this morning was to call Becca Dover, the real estate agent. She had agreed to meet me bright and early at the café, 8 o'clock to be exact. The time of the morning when Gwendoline had arrived at the library, talking on her phone. Relax. You don't know it was her yet. I needed to squeeze Becca for information and do it in a way that was natural and wouldn't arouse suspicion. I'd been racking my brain all morning for an action plan and had finally settled on one before making the call. Hopefully it would work. Aunt Rita's freedom depended on it. The silver Honda pulled up at 2 minutes to 8, punctual as could be, and Becca emerged from within. She wore her hair long, glossy and black, and had caramel brown eyes. She walked over and extended a hand. Becca, she said. Nice to meet you. You're Sunny? That's right. It's a pleasure. Her handshake was firm. Thanks for meeting with me so early. This isn't early, she replied. I wake up at 5 every morning. I'm a runner. She couldn't have said it with more pride. Doubtless, she would have been able to catch up to an escaping car in kitten heels, or the 9-inch red-soled shoes she wore now. Becca was dressed in a neat black pencil skirt and matching jacket, a silken blouse underneath. She unbuttoned the top button of her jacket and nodded toward the sunny side up. "This is a nice piece of real estate. You're looking to sell?" "No, sorry. I should have been more clear on the phone. I'm looking to buy," I said. "Please, come inside." Becca entered the cafe and ambled to a table near the coffee bar. She seated herself, placing her leather purse briefcase combo on the wooden boards. "Coffee?" I asked. "Please." I had an hour until the cafe opened this morning, more than enough time to pump Becca for information. I fixed us 2 coffees and brought them to the table. "Thank you," Becca said and blew on her coffee daintily. "What a lovely cafe. You know, I drive past this place at least once a week and I never come inside." "Do you handle real estate for Parfait only?" "Oh, no, most of the county. I get around." She winked at me. "And I love traveling, too. So the hour-long drive here or there is refreshing. Gives me time to think." Becca paused, taking a sip of her coffee. "What can I do for you, Miss Charles?" "I'm interested in buying a small home," I said. "A cottage, maybe. You see, I currently live with my aunt and I've just moved back to town. Messy divorce." "Oh." Becca gave me the sympathetic, "Have you adopted a cat yet?" look. "Well, I've got a steady job that pays pretty well at the cafe, but I think it's time I move into my own place. I hear you're the woman to talk to about that type of thing." "Well, absolutely," Becca said, setting her coffee cup aside. She was so professional, I almost felt bad that I had no interest in buying a home. "It all depends on your price range and what type of home you're looking for." "Something small," I said, working up my nerve to ask the real questions. "Close to the cafe, not too far from the beach. I understand beachfront real estate will be more expensive, so I'm not too worried about that. And then a place that's pet-friendly. I have a dog." "Right. I think I can arrange a couple of viewings of eligible homes. As it happens, I've got a client considering putting their home up for sale. It matches your needs pretty well." "Oh, great," I said, trying not to show my nerves. "I have a concern, though." "What's your concern?" Becca asked, midway to clipping open a little black appointment book. "I heard that you were dealing with Gwendoline Meyer, that you had a meeting with her on the morning of, well, you know, the day she died. Early." Becca was floored. "Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's just that I heard some rumors about Gwendoline, that she'd had shady dealings, specifically in real estate. If you had any part of that, I don't know if I can trust you to handle my buying needs." I prayed the stab in the dark worked. "Oh," Becca's expression lightened considerably. "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Gwendoline wasn't doing anything shady, at least not in my presence. We went out that morning because Gwen was looking for a house." "But—" "Yeah, I know," Becca said. "She already had one." She scooched forward onto the edge of her seat. "Between you and me, Gwendoline was looking to sell her place and buy another on the other side of town. She was looking for something big because she was getting married." "Married? Gwendoline?" "Yeah," Becca said with a conspiratorial nod. "Married. But I have no idea who the lucky guy was." "Wow. Okay. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable by asking, but it's important to me that I have a real estate agent with integrity." "Of course," Becca said, flipping open her address book. "Of course. How about you give me your contact details and the time you're most likely to be available? Let's write up that list of things you're looking for in a house and we'll go from there. Sound good?" "Sure," I said. "That sounds great." Becca had ended the conversation about Gwendoline before I could continue it, and I wasn't interested in a house. I couldn't afford one. But having her contact number on hand was good. I could get a hold of her any time and perhaps squeeze even more information out of her. We went over what I wanted in a house again, and Becca had me list everything I'd love in a house and things I really didn't want too. She was very thorough. "I think that's everything," I said, taking a sip of coffee. I had to admit, talking like this had been fun. I was almost sad I couldn't afford my own place. As much as I adored living with my Aunt Rita, I couldn't take up her guest room forever. I needed to find my feet. "Great." Becca snapped her book closed. "I'll be in touch within the next few days with some houses for you to view." "Sorry again for bringing up the Gwendoline thing. It's just, I heard you were with her that morning, and then the whole shady business dealings." "Forgotten and forgiven." Becca waved a hand. "I want to make sure you're comfortable." "Is it true that you were one of the last people to see Gwendoline?" I asked. "Everybody's talking about it. Curiosity runs rampant in small towns." "Oh, yeah, I know. And as for being the last to see her, I have no idea. Not sure what Gwendoline did that morning, but I know she was acting different." "Was she?" "She seemed a little annoyed." "More annoyed than usual?" I asked. Becca laughed. "Yeah, more annoyed than usual. I have to run, Miss Charles, but I'll give you a call as soon as I've got a place for you to view. Thanks for the coffee." She made to pay, but I waved away the money. "Keep safe," I called as she headed out to her silver Honda. I waited until she'd driven off before doing a jig next to the table. It was stupid, but I needed a little joy after Aunt Rita's interrogation last night. I had a lead. Finally, I had a real lead. Gwendoline, the infamous widow who had no shot of remarrying whatsoever because she was so bitter and mean, had been engaged to a mystery man. Now all I had to do was find out who he was. The spouse, or in this case, the spouse-to-be, was always the first suspect, right? Chapter 24. I had it on good authority, Dee Dee's, that the best place to find local gossip was at Shelley's salon, the Cut and Curled. I had no reason to go back there after having my hair cut and colored, but thankfully, Dee Dee had her appointment with Shelley for a change in highlights. I had my in. If anyone would know who Gwendoline had planned on marrying, it would be the women in the salon. We arrived at the salon at 10 o'clock sharp and entered to find the place already packed with women waiting their turn for their appointments, or already in the process of their transformations. Some of them, namely the evil gossiping duo Cherry and Sienna, didn't have appointments, but hung around in the salon to pick up on all the news. "Dee Dee, honey," Shelley waved her over. "Ready for a change in pace?" "You bet," Dee Dee said, then glanced at me. "Are you good, Sonny?" "Better then," I replied. I had a lead and access to the two women I dreaded seeing, but who would ultimately help me change the course of this investigation. If anyone would know who Gwendoline had planned on marrying, it was Cherry and Sienna. Cherry, with her hair and brown curls, sat sipping coffee and reading a magazine. Sienna, blonde and wearing bright red lipstick, held her mug and listened eagerly to the chatter in the salon. Sienna spotted me standing near the entrance and nudged her friend. They put their heads together, and the gossiping commenced. Oh boy, here we go. These two had gone out of their way to make me uncomfortable since I'd arrived in Parfait. They'd spread rumors about me and Nick during his divorce, when we'd both been too preoccupied with our own lives to even think about anything other than friendship. Not that we were thinking about it now or anything. "Hey, can I get you a coffee?" One of the assistants in the salon tapped me on the arm. "That would be great, thank you." "Sure." She scuttled off to make me a cup, and I slowly gravitated toward the sleek white armchairs that had been set around a chrome-accented coffee table near the front of the salon. I took a seat and picked up a magazine, a celebrity gossip rag. I didn't care for this type of news, but I paged through it regardless, feigning interest and trying not to glance up at Cherry and Sienna too much. Cherry had set aside her magazine, and I could sense her gaze burning through my cheek. Sienna sniffed loudly. The assistant returned with my cup of coffee, and I thanked her and took a sip. She'd prepared it black, which was fine. I wasn't here for a coffee break. I looked up and caught Cherry's eye. "Oh," I said. "Hello, Cherry. I didn't see you there." Sienna sniffed again. "Sienna?" I nodded to her and paged through my magazine, dismissing them as if they weren't of any interest to me. It was a technique my ex-husband had used on me many times. Acting like he didn't care had driven me crazy. I'd wanted more of his attention as a result. Then again, he'd had an affair and run off on me, so he hadn't actually cared. I'd just been too invested in him to see it. Cherry cleared her throat. "Come back to change your hair again?" she asked. "Who, me?" I pinned my finger on the page as if to keep my place. "No, I'm here for Dee Dee. She's getting her hair colored." "Oh, right, the weird K-pop server." Sienna pursed her lips. I bristled instantly but didn't snap at her. That was what she wanted, and I had to maintain the power balance if I planned on getting the information I needed. "She wants to change her hair before Gwendoline's memorial service," I said easily, looking down at the magazine again. "She's going?" Cherry scoffed. "Why?" "Everybody's going," I replied. "Which makes me wonder if Gwendoline's fiancé will be there." A stunned silence from the pair followed. "Her what?" Cherry asked. Shoot, they really don't know who it is, do they? That would throw a spanner in the works. "What, you haven't heard?" I asked, closing the magazine and tossing it onto the coffee table. Gwendoline was engaged to a mystery man. "That's got to be a lie," Sienna said, glancing at her friend for support in the opinion. "There's no way anyone would have married Gwendoline. She was mean and petty and... nobody liked her." "Controlling," Cherry agreed. There was a certain degree of irony in them saying that about Gwendoline. "Right, well, just what I heard. I wonder who it was, though. Maybe he'll be at the memorial service." "If he even exists," Sienna said, flipping her blonde hair over her shoulder. "It sounds like a lie to me, some idiotic tidbit of gossip that borders on the realm of impossibility." "Not what I heard," I said, leaning back in my armchair. "Gwendoline was looking to buy a new house to move into with him." "Oh, that makes no sense. Why would she buy a new house when she had that mansion to live in?" "If she'd had a fiancé, he could have moved in with her there," Cherry said. "I don't know the details. All I know is she was engaged and they were going to move in together in a new place." Cherry and Sienna went quiet. I sipped my coffee, studying them with my head tilted. Nope, they really didn't know anything of value, which was beyond frustrating. If I couldn't find out who the potential suitor was, then how was I supposed to identify him at the memorial service? Cherry and Sienna put their heads together again and gossiped about the revelation, while I frowned, trying to put the puzzle pieces into place. No matter how I tried, I couldn't come up with a clear picture. I'd cleared most of my suspects except for this new fiancé guy and Albert Quinn the librarian. And Albert was proving difficult to track down. The librarians on duty wouldn't tell me when his shifts were, and I couldn't afford to hang around at the library all day to track him down. Had Albert told the librarians to avoid me? That made him suspicious. An idea occurred to me, and I cleared my throat. Maybe her fiancé was that guy Albert. The librarian? Sienna asked immediately. No way, he hated her. And he was poor. I doubt Gwendoline would have married a poor guy. Aren't you delightful? Right. Just a thought. I hesitated. I never see Albert at the library anymore. I wonder why. He volunteers at the soup kitchen, Cherry said, rolling her eyes. He's one of those types. What? Nice? Kind? No, I had to focus. Albert might do volunteer work, but that didn't mean he wasn't a killer. Still, it was a lead. I had 2 places to check out now, the library and the soup kitchen. If I could find Albert, I could follow him and, when he was alone, question him about the morning again. Figure out if he had an alibi. And if he was also the mystery future husband. It was worth a shot. Chapter 25. I dropped Dee Dee off at her mother's cottage down the road from my aunt's after her appointment. She had a bounce in her step, the post hairstyle bounce, as she walked up the front path to her doorstep. Dee Dee always waved goodbye on the porch, and I returned it with a smile and wave of my own. I'd had to force myself not to tell Dee Dee about my plans to go after Albert this afternoon. With the memorial service tomorrow afternoon and only 2 viable suspects, I needed to either eliminate him or prove he'd done it, and fast. Dee Dee would get overexcited at the prospect and insist on coming along. As much as I loved her company, I didn't like the thought of putting her in harm's way. I made a quick stop at the house to check on Fudge and Bodger, then I set off for the library, grateful Aunt Rita had given me the day off. 10 minutes later, I parked outside the Parfait public library and entered, carrying my empty book bag, a prop at this point. As much as I loved books, I hadn't had the chance to read anything but my mystery journal lately. My stomach sank. The short, elderly woman behind the counter at the library definitely wasn't Albert. But I'd never spoken to her before, so I'd take my chances. Hello, I said, approaching the counter. How are you? No, the woman snapped. No? I'm not going to tell you where Albert is, you creepy stalker. I blinked. I'm not a stalker. Sure you're not. You've been in and out of the library without borrowing any books, and you keep asking for Albert. He's so worried about you, we got cameras installed. She pointed to the corner of the ceiling above her head. See? Smile and wave. Pity they didn't install those cameras sooner. You're lucky Albert doesn't take out a restraining order against you. Look, I didn't say a word about Albert. But you were going to, weren't you? The librarian asked, glaring at me, her décolletage red with anger. Weren't you? No? Liar, she snapped. Either you borrow some books now, or you leave, and if you don't take out any books, I'll make sure you're banned from the library. I swallowed. Right. I'm just... I walked off with my tail between my legs. Okay, so maybe my hot pursuit of Albert had come across the wrong way. That, or he was terrified of being caught as the killer and had used the excuse that I was a stalker to keep me at bay. I hadn't done anything too stalkery, had I? No. I'd asked around about where he lived, tried to ascertain his schedule, and... I see their point. Regardless, I didn't want to get banned from the library, so I wandered toward the stacks of mystery books and selected a few. I returned to the front counter and endured the librarian's withering stare while she helped me check them out. I clambered into my aunt's VW Beetle and puttered off, flaming hot from the encounter. Don't let it get to you. Next on the list of places to visit was the soup kitchen. It was far from the beach in a white one-story building with open front doors. The building itself had seen better days. A few cracks arcing along its walls and sign above the door was faded. I parked across the street and ambled over to peek inside. It was largely empty, apart from a few people sitting at the long tables within, sipping from styrofoam cups. The steel counters and serving trays at the back were empty. It wasn't yet lunchtime, but a couple volunteers were out cleaning up. And one of them was Albert Quinn. Yes, I found you. I returned to my aunt's VW Beetle to wait out Albert's shift. Entering the soup kitchen and trying to pry an alibi out of Albert was beyond inappropriate, and even I wouldn't stoop to that level in my desperation. I'd settle for surprising him when he came out to his car. Marginally less creepy, but apparently there was a fine line between sleuth and stalker. Ugh. I rolled down the windows to let in fresh air. The humidity was breaking at last, and opened one of the mystery books I'd borrowed and started reading, angling myself so that I'd detect movement from the front of the soup kitchen. A half an hour passed, then another 15, and just when the novel was ramping up, a silver Honda pulled into the parking lot in front of the building. I gasped. Becca Dover, I breathed. The blonde real estate agent emerged from her car, prim and proper in her pencil suit and jacket. She shook her wrist and checked the time on a glimmering watch. 2 minutes later, Albert Quinn emerged. The pair shook hands and spoke softly. I couldn't make out a word, much to my frustration, then got into Becca's silver Honda and drove off. This is it. There's a connection between the two of them. Was it a coincidence that both Becca and Albert had seen Gwendoline on the morning of her murder, and that Albert was the last person to see her alive? And, wait, hadn't there been mention of Gwendoline having trouble with her leasees? Could it be that Albert had been renting from Gwen and had missed a payment or something? That would give him a motive. But how did Becca factor into it? I needed more information. I turned the key in the ignition, and the Beetle made a flatulent noise of protest. The car didn't start. What the? I tried again, but the engine didn't take. The silver Honda turned the corner. Darn it! Seriously? You've never had any trouble before. Why now? I tried again, but no hope. Nothing. The engine was dead. What do I do? I scrambled for my purse and whipped out my phone. Shakily, I tapped through to my contacts list, found Becca's number, and hit dial. Hello? Becca sang, the sound of rubber on the road in the background. She was still driving. Hi, Becca. It's Sunny. Sorry, I said. Is this a bad time? It sounds like you're driving. Not at all. I have a Bluetooth headset in my car, Miss Charles. What can I do for you? Great. I was just following up on that conversation we had the other day, I said, keenly aware that Albert was in the car with her, and I'd have to watch what I said just in case. I wondered if you have any houses to show me yet? Ones that match my specifications? Actually, I do, Becca replied. I was going to call you this afternoon, but I'm with a client at the moment. Ah, I understand. Tell you what, Becca said. Why don't we meet tomorrow afternoon after the memorial service? I'll take you out to the place. It's perfect for you. I know you're going to love it. Well, I'm sure I will. All right, Miss Charles, I'll see you then. Round about 3 p.m. at the Sunny Side Up? Perfect. I said goodbye and hung up, a tiny shoot of triumph sprouting in my chest. I was close. I had to be. And tomorrow, after the memorial service, I'd discover the meaning behind the connection between Becca and Albert. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm on it. Chapter 26. The following afternoon. The memorial service had been beautiful. An Anglican service in the local church, the pews creaking under the weight of all the people in attendance, and the gathering thereafter with food and drinks had been set up in the town hall and spilled over into the park across from it. Everyone in town had turned up as far as I could tell, and many had brought food to place on the tables. Aunt Rita had provided trays of the Sunnyside Up's famed macaroni and cheese, and they had emptied fast. "This is divine," I said, spooning a forkful of mac and cheese into my mouth. Dee Dee nodded fervently, her mouth full. "Nick's a fantastic chef," Aunt Rita agreed, though she was paler than usual and not eating as eagerly as the rest of us. All the more reason to find the fiancé. He had to be here, right? Or maybe he wasn't and I was out of luck again. It didn't seem Albert Quinn was in attendance, which was odd since Gwendoline had been such a popular member of Parfait's society. The entirety of the baking club had arrived wearing shades of black, many of them in velvet, and Primrose occasionally removed a silken handkerchief from her clutch and dabbed at the tip of her nose. And then there were the celebrity chefs in attendance, 2 of them, both hosts of their own TV shows, Jack Watanabe and Frederica Bianchi. They attracted a group of followers who clung to their every word, hardly appropriate for a memorial service, but this was already an unorthodox setup. I scanned the crowd gathered in the town hall, narrowing my eyes. Who had arranged the memorial service? It had to be the family, right? The person who'd been left in charge. If only I could figure out who they were. The service at the church hadn't included words from any of Gwendoline's friends or family, though I had spotted a few strangers in the front pews. There had been the Reverend's words about Gwen, the prayers and hymns, and then a request for the gathered congregation to move toward the town hall. Why hadn't Gwendoline's fiancé said anything at the service? The tapping of a microphone from the stage drew my attention. A somber-looking man with wings of gray in his black hair stood in front of the microphone. He was breathtakingly tall, a towering man if ever I'd seen one. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say a few words about our Gwen." Silence fell slowly, a wave of quiet pushing from the front of the room backward. "You might not know me," the man continued, "so I'll introduce myself. My name is Dan Carter, and I was Gwen's fiancé." Shocked cries rose from a small group of women in the corner. Lo and behold, Cherry and Sienna were among them. "I would have introduced myself to Gwendoline's friends and club members sooner," he said, "but things have been complicated." Dan cleared his throat. "You might be wondering why I wasn't at the memorial service, too. I've only just arrived in Parfait." Everyone stared at him, many people shaking their heads. "Why is he talking like this?" Aunt Rita asked. "It's making him seem so suspicious. Why is he explaining himself?" "Maybe he feels guilty for not having spoken at Gwendoline's funeral," I whispered. "Or he murdered her and is trying to provide an alibi." "Is Detective Garcia here?" I asked, turning my head. "No idea, but he'll have known about this guy. He has to have known. Glad to be among her friends, and I look forward to getting to know all of you." Dan finished, then left the stage. Nobody applauded. The hall burst into chatter as people discussed this new development in Gwendoline's private life. People steered clear of Dan, watching him with suspicion. "I'll be right back," I said. Dan loaded his plate with macaroni at the food table, then retreated to the corner. I followed him, and once he'd reached a table, took a seat across from his, placing my bowl of mac and cheese on the table. "Oh, hello," he said, flashing a grin. "Nice to have someone to eat with." "Dan, right?" "Right." "I'm Sunny." I offered him my hand. "Nice to meet you." "And you." He returned to his mac and cheese, but picked at it, rather than gulping it down as was customary with anything made by Nick. "So, you're Gwendoline's fiancé?" "Yes," he said, bowing his head. I wish I could have been here on the day it happened. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have been alone." "I'm sorry for your loss," I replied. "You were out of town recently? Sorry to pry, but I haven't seen you around here before, so I wondered." "Yeah, I don't live in Parfait anymore, but we've known each other since we were in high school. We've been dating off and on since." I tried not to show my shock. For years? How had nobody heard about it? Gwendoline had to be a master secret keeper, unless Dan was lying. "So, you grew up here?" "Sure did." Dan smiled. "Though I'm not sure many people remember me. I moved away in my 20s to start my career. Football coach." "Oh, well, that's awesome." "My job keeps me traveling with the team a lot of the time, and when there's no football, well, I've got other business ventures that keep me busy. That's what I liked about Gwen. She was just as driven as I was," Dan said. "My mother always said I'd need a strong woman. Someone who can put up with my constant, shiny object syndrome." "Gwen was certainly a strong woman," I said. "She was," he replied. "So, when did you get back to town?" "Just 20 minutes ago. My flight out from New York was delayed, and the drive down from Miami was terrible." His eyes grew watery. "I really wanted to be here in time for the service. Poor Gwen." I ate a few mouthfuls and considered my next question carefully. "When last did you see her?" I asked delicately. "About a month ago. I've been in New York for weeks, tied up in meetings with a few business partners. Real estate development." Again with the real estate. It has to be connected somehow. "I see." I had to confirm his alibi somehow. If he hadn't been in Parfait on the morning of Gwen's murder, I could rule him out. The conversation petered off. I finished my macaroni and cheese and left Dan to grieve and be stared at like an animal in the zoo by the rest of Parfait's citizens. "What did he say?" Aunt Rita asked the minute I met her and Dee at our old spot. I told her quickly. "Now I just have to prove he wasn't here on the morning of—" "He wasn't," Dee said. "What?" I frowned. "Well, how do you know?" Aunt Rita shuffled closer. Dee showed us her phone screen. "Well, I found his social media page on LinkedIn. Look here. He was tagged in a post with 3 other men. It's geotagged, too. Dated and with a time." "So what does that mean?" I asked. "So basically, geotagging is what phones do when you take photos and upload them. You can choose to show the tag on your page, and he's tagged as being in New York on the morning of Gwen's murder with 3 other people." "But can't the photo have been uploaded later?" I asked. "No," she said. "Look here, see? The date and time tells you exactly when the photo was taken. It's a neat little feature of this particular social media platform." So he's innocent. Why did that upset me so much? "He's innocent," Dee agreed. "Well, so it seems." Aunt Rita's shoulders sagged. "Unless he hired someone to get rid of Gwen," I murmured. "Maybe." Aunt Rita's dark circles were more pronounced than ever. But that would be hard to prove, which meant the only lead I had left was Albert. Good thing I'd arranged that meeting with Becca. Let's pray she gives me information that leads to an arrest. I wasn't sure how much more stress Aunt Rita could take. Chapter 27. Thankfully, I'd had the presence of mind to park my aunt's car outside the Sunny Side Up, rather than trying to find parking around the town hall. I imagined trying to get out of the crowded streets, overflowing with mourners and the occasional food fight. Teenagers and kids bored out of their minds by the adult chit-chat. Would be chaos. At 20 minutes to 3, I said goodbye to my aunt and Dee Dee and headed out. The walk back down to the Sunny Side Up took me 15 minutes at a brisk pace, and when I arrived, I found Becca Dover waiting, her head bowed as she texted on her fancy black slab of a phone. "There you are, Miss Charles," she said, flashing me her winningest smile. "Please, call me Sunny." I shook her hand. "Lovely to see you again." "And you," she replied. "It's been a crazy day, hasn't it? Poor Gwendoline." Becca shook her head ruefully. "But at least she had time with that fiancé of hers, right?" "Right," I said. "I think she would have liked the send-off. The entire town turned up." Becca checked her phone once more. "Shall we?" "Absolutely," I said. "I'm excited to see what you've come up with." "Oh, you'll love the place. It's not far from the café. A little removed from the beach, but quaint. 1 bedroom, a nice enough yard for a pet. Well, you'll see." Becca opened the car door for me, then crossed to the driver's side. The inside of the infamous silver Honda smelled strongly of perfume and cigarettes. I rolled down my window, clipped on my seatbelt, and organized my thoughts. How did I pry information out of Becca about Albert? I felt kind of bad that I wasn't actually interested in moving. Technically, that I couldn't afford to. But Becca hadn't closed every sale in her history as a real estate agent, right? She could hardly be mad at me for not following through on a deal. The drive took 15 minutes and brought us deeper into the town's suburbs. The cottages that lined the street were evenly spaced, much like the ones on my aunt's street, but much smaller. Regardless, it seemed that the people who lived here took pride in their homes, keeping the gardens lush and green and neatly trimmed. Becca parked the car outside the cottage at the street's end. Interestingly, that end was a cul-de-sac with a small dirt pathway that led down into a copse of trees. "Here we are," Becca said, setting the parking brake. "I'm so excited to show you the place." "I'm excited to see it. It's quite small." I blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. "Come on, Sunny, seriously? You need to butter her up, not irritate her." "Oh, yeah, it is, but that's the appeal, isn't it?" Becca got out of the car. "Simple living. Who wants to live in a house that's too big or too crowded?" I followed her up the stepping stone path and onto the teensy porch. She produced keys from her pocket. "The current owner plans on leaving Parfait as soon as possible, so I think you'll find the prices really reasonable." The door was colored bright blue, a common occurrence in Parfait. We entered directly into the living room, which was surprisingly spacious given the size of the cottage. "This is nice," I said. "Cozy." I gestured to the leather sofas, the fireplace that had probably never been used across the room. "Isn't it?" Becca shut the door, then walked to the curtains and pulled them open. "And you see, you've got a view from here of the trees and the street. Just imagine your dog playing in the front yard. There's an attached backyard, too. This cottage has the biggest one on the street." "Great!" My nerves bubbled away. How do I bring up Albert? I walked to the fireplace to occupy myself, where the owner had put up a few pictures in frames. "The cottage has 1 bed, 1 bath, a living room, an attached kitchen, as you can see, and a small garden in the backyard where you can grow flowers, vegetables, whatever you like. The owner's currently growing miniature herbs. It's so sweet." Becca's sales pitch was lost on me. The man in the picture on the mantelpiece was Albert Quinn. He stood with his arm around a young woman, perhaps his daughter, smiling into the camera. That's why he was meeting with Becca. He was selling the place. What had Becca said? That the owner had wanted to move away fast? Why fast? This place is lovely. I turned to Becca. Any idea why the owner wants to move? No, not really, no. But I assure you it's got nothing to do with the cottage. He loves living here. But I got the vibe that it was a personal matter. Oh, okay. I couldn't reasonably pry into what that personal matter was without arousing her suspicions. Come have a look at the backyard and the bedroom. Becca beckoned to me. I trailed her through the home, trying to pick out anything that was strange or out of place or that might hint toward Albert's relationship with Gwendoline. But there was nothing left lying in plain sight, and I couldn't rifle through drawers in front of Becca. Regardless, the plot had thickened to the consistency of that custard I'd tried to make a week ago. Lumpy and so thick the spoon had stuck upright in the bowl. And that's it. Becca finished our tour back in the living room. It's lovely, I replied. Truly lovely. I'll need some time to think about it, of course. And I'd like to see other cottages, too, if that's okay. Well, of course. Becca and I took the long drive back to the sunny side up, with her chatting away animatedly while I smiled and nodded. Albert wanted to get out of town fast because of a personal problem. Was that personal problem his fear of the cops discovering he'd killed Gwendoline? What was the connection? What was the motive? Could it have something to do with real estate? Becca dropped me off at the sunny side up and waved goodbye, promising to touch base when she had another house for me to view. And then it hit me. There was only one way to find out the answers to all my questions. I got into my aunt's sun-yellow VW Beetle and started the engine. Chapter 28. I'd sent a quick text to my aunt to let her know where I was, then parked the VW Beetle down the road from Albert's house. The orange pink of sunset came quickly, and I crouched low in the car, my gaze fixed on the front of the house. Surely Albert would return home soon. I hadn't seen him at the memorial service, but then there had been so many people there, he could have escaped my notice. Where was he? And why was he so keen to leave Parfait? I'd become convinced that it was to escape justice, though I couldn't prove it yet. I opened my purse and extracted the can of mace I'd bought from within, my little insurance policy in case things didn't go to plan. I squeezed it against my palm, the cool metal warming in my palm rapidly. It's got to be him. He'd seen Gwendoline last. He'd obviously wanted to flee Parfait as soon as possible, and he'd told the librarians to avoid me at all costs. Likely, it was because I'd discovered the spot where Gwendoline had been abducted. Another half an hour passed before a red car drove up to the cottage, emitting the occasional pop from its exhaust. It parked in front of Albert's house. Now, go. I emerged from the Beetle and marched over, tucking the can of mace into the front pocket of my jeans. Albert had just gotten out of his car when I descended on him. Mr. Quinn? I said. He jumped, swore horribly, and dropped the stack of books he'd been carrying. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. What do you want? Albert hissed, bending and scooping up the books. He refused my attempt to help. I think I've made it clear I want nothing to do with you. You're selling your house, I said. So? I came to view it today with Becca. She said you want to get out of town quickly. Why is that, Mr. Quinn? Because of Gwendoline's murder? I'd never been this confrontational before, and the hair rose on the back of my neck, prickles chasing up to my scalp. Albert's face changed shades from pale to pink to bright red purple. "How dare you?" he blustered. "What are you insinuating?" He clutched the books to his chest. "Just that you seem awful keen to get out of Parfait when you happen to be one of the main suspects in a murder case." "I am not a suspect. Detective Garcia cleared me." My brow wrinkled. "How could he possibly have cleared you? You don't have an alibi for the time of the murder, and—" "The blood on the murder weapon didn't match mine," Albert snapped. "But then who?" I scratched the back of my neck, overcome by confusion and then a swift dose of embarrassment. "I don't understand. How could it not be you? You're running away." "I've wanted to move for over 5 months," Albert replied. "In fact, the only reason I haven't moved was because Gwendoline was dragging her feet over purchasing my home. Apparently, she's been burned in the past with buying, selling, and renting property. Not my problem. I just wanted to get out of here." "Why?" "Because my girlfriend lives in another state and I want to move there to be with her," he said. "Oh," I managed. "Blood on the murder weapon that didn't belong to the victim? That had to mean there'd been a struggle between the two, right? And the cops couldn't just go around getting DNA samples willy-nilly. They'd have to get permission or have the samples freely. Who else had offered up samples? Aunt Rita, for sure. They'd taken her fingerprints, too. Heavens, I didn't even know what the murder weapon was." "The only reason I'm trying to sell to other buyers," Albert continued, "is because I'm positive that Shelley's father won't buy the place and follow through on my deal with Gwendoline." "Huh? How are Shelley's father and Gwendoline connected?" Albert clicked his tongue. "They were engaged." "But she's engaged to Dan Carter." "Yeah, Shelley's father." "But Shelley's last name is Brooks." Albert's patience was running out fast. I had to keep him talking. "Mrs. Shelley Brooks. She's married. What's your point?" "Wait a second. Why would you—" "It's simple," he said. "Gwendoline was dragging her feet over buying my place, and there weren't any other buyers at the time. Gwendoline passed, God rest her soul, and her fiancé, Dan, Shelley's father, inherited everything. But he'll drag his feet too, so I approached Becca about helping me sell the place." Oh, okay." "Now," Albert said, "kindly get off my front lawn or I'll call the police. You're trespassing." He marched up his pathway to the front porch, pausing on the bottom step. "And by the way, I'm taking out a restraining order against you." You don't understand." He entered the house and slammed the cute blue front door. Chapter 29. I drove the Beetle back into town, parked outside the Sunny Side Up, and walked onto the boardwalk, plonking my miserable sleuth butt on a bench overlooking the ocean. Everything had settled on Parfait like a cloak around a young woman's shoulders, lightly complimenting the town's beauty and grace. I was so wrong. About everything. I'd been utterly convinced Albert was the one who'd done it, but he'd opened another kettle of fish with the whole Shelley's father piece of information. Was everyone in this case connected? Albert had gone to Becca to sell his home because Gwendoline wasn't buying. Gwendoline had died, but Dan would control her estate. And Dan was Shelley's father, who happened to be one of the last people to see Gwen alive, as was Albert. There was blood and a murder weapon, DNA samples, and so much information I didn't have. It was like trying to do a puzzle blindfolded. A text buzzed through on my phone, and I removed it from my purse and unlocked the screen. Having dinner at Dee Dee's house, sweetheart. A message from Aunt Rita. Why don't you come and join us once you're done assaulting Albert? I didn't assault him, I typed back swiftly. I asked him a few questions, that's all. That's not what the grapevine's saying. Oh, heavens, here we go. I replied with an angry emoji, then tucked my phone back in my purse, folded my arms, and looked out over the water. Snippets of laughter drifted over from the hungry alligator, doing its usual roaring trade now that the memorial service was over. All of my suspects had alibis. Albert was cleared by Detective Garcia, or so he said, though I doubted Garcia would let him leave town if he hadn't been. Shelley had an alibi for that specific time of the morning. The woman, Carrie Jones, I'd called directly after Dee Dee had snapped the image of Shelley's schedule. And Dan Carter hadn't even been in town, confirmed by that newfangled geotagging stuff. Now what? Aunt Rita was left. No alibi, and she'd been pulled in for questioning by the police. The only saving grace was that it couldn't possibly be her blood on the murder weapon. A murder weapon that was a mystery to me. I'm out of my depth. There's no way I'm ever going to solve this case, is there? Maybe I ought to have stayed in my lane, continued trying to improve my baking, hung around in the sunny side up more instead of avoiding the customers. Disappointment gathered in my chest. I couldn't do this. I was as much of a failure as Damon had always said. My phone trilled in my hand, and I frowned at the unknown number on the screen. Hello? Miss Charles? Yes, this is she. I'm calling from Parfait Alarms, the man said. We've received an alert from your aunt's cottage, and we can't get a hold of her on the phone. Oh, I rose from the bench. Oh, no. Yes, I'm calling to check whether it was a false alarm. No, it's not. It's definitely not. Please go out there right away. And the cops, I'm going to need your passcode to confirm your identity first, ma'am. Yes, of course, I said. It's 19260. Please hurry. I hung up, grabbed my purse, and sprinted for my aunt's car. I left the engine running and darted up the front steps of Aunt Rita's cottage, my heart pounding against the inside of my throat. Fudge barked at me from the porch swing where he sat beside Bodger. It was such a strange sight, cat and dog seated on the swing together, that I froze mid-stride. What on earth are you two doing? Are you okay? Where's Aunt Rita? Fudge barked and wagged his tail. I went over to him and patted him. He licked my hand in good spirits. Bodger swatted my hand, claws retracted. Both okay. That was something at least. But where was Aunt Rita? The alarm company's vehicle was parked out front, and a cop car screeched to a halt outside the cute picket fence. Officer Phillips rushed out, tugging his hat off his head. Are you all right, Miss Charles? I'm fine, I said, but I'm not sure whether the cottage is, or the guy from the alarm company. The alarm wasn't screeching away, which meant the alarm company guy had turned it off. The door creaked open, and a man wearing a snazzy white t-shirt and uniform pants emerged. Hi there, are you the owner? Well, I'm her niece. I live here, I said. What's going on? Is everything okay? Oh, you've had a break-in, the alarm company guy, Ned, according to his name badge, said. Do you know where your aunt is? I'd like to speak to her. What's going on? The cry had come from the street. Dee Dee and Aunt Rita rushed down the road toward us, both flustered and wide-eyed. It was strange to see the same expression on two people who were so different. They trooped up the front steps, and Aunt Rita walked over to check on Bodger and Fudge first. A break-in, I said. They couldn't get a hold of you. My phone was on the counter while we were eating. Aunt Rita turned to Officer Phillips and Ned. Was anything stolen? Weirdly enough, Ned replied. No. Well, I don't understand. Was it a false alarm? Aunt Rita asked. Not that either. You're going to have to explain yourself fast, Officer Phillips said in a threatening tone. I'd started developing a dislike for this man. Every time he had the chance, he pressed his ego into the matter. Why get mad at Ned? He was just doing his job. Calm down, Phillips, Aunt Rita said. Go on, Ned. Tell us what's going on. Dee Dee hovered on the steps, tugging on the hem of her shirt occasionally, concern written all over her face. Ned gave the police officer a leery look before continuing. So, someone shattered your kitchen window and climbed through into the house. They left shoe prints across the tiles and appear to have gone down the hall and into the master bedroom. Once there, they tried to open the safe in the closet. Did they succeed? Aunt Rita asked gravely. No, ma'am. They didn't. But they didn't take the TV or the stereo, the laptop, or nothing else, so it seems. I'll have to get your opinion on that first. Alarm must have spooked 'em, Officer Phillips shrugged. We ignored him and entered the home. It turned out Ned was right. Nothing had been taken. Only the safe had been tampered with. What's in the safe, Auntie? I asked. Anything important? Well, just the deed to the house and a few pieces of jewelry. I keep my money in the bank. There's no reason anyone would try to get into the safe. Aunt Rita's brow wrinkled. I don't understand why they'd tried to break into it. Well, me neither, Ned said. Did you see anything when you got here? I asked him. Nothing. Just the broken window and the safe, shoe prints, and that's it. I went through the house and opened all the doors and closets just in case they were hiding, but the place is empty. Aunt Rita's face was grim. Well, I'll get the kitchen window replaced right away. Officer Phillips, I'll need an affidavit for the insurance company. Come with me. The surly officer followed her into the living room, clearly miffed at being ordered around by a lady, albeit a tall, spry one with a whip-sharp mind. This is so weird, I whispered, as Dee Dee looped her arm through mine. I wonder why. Could it be related to the case? I didn't see how. None of my suspects, ex-suspects now, since they'd all been cleared, had a reason to try to get into my aunt's safe. You guys should come sleep at our cottage tonight, Dee Dee offered. Just to be safe. You can bring Fudge and Bodger. Maybe, I replied. Maybe. A knock sounded at the front door, and we walked into the hallway in time to spot Nick entering. Well, I heard an alarm going off, he said, pale as confectioner's sugar. Are you all right, Sonny? Is Rita okay? We're fine as can be, I said, then told him what had happened while we waited for Rita to finish with the officer. But I was far from fine. I had no suspects, no idea why the house had been broken into, and no hope of clearing my aunt's name. Chapter 30. The following morning. Aunt Rita had decided she'd hang back at the cottage today for 2 reasons. First, to ensure that the installation of the new window went well, and second, because she didn't feel like being questioned by the well-meaning customers of the café. That meant I was fielding today's questions about the break-in. What was taken? Who did it? Did they catch the guy? Is Rita okay? I bet it was that couple who lives next door, the one with the baby. They look like they need the money. That last comment had nearly sent me into a fit of rage. The couple who lived next door, Amelia and Jonas Hodges, with their son Justin, had been nothing but nice to me since I'd arrived in Parfait. I'd sent that customer off with a frown, a sour comment, and a paper cup of coffee. Not my finest hour, but seriously, why did people think it was okay to make such horrible assumptions about others? This coming from the woman who assumes everyone's a killer. I sat on my favorite stool in the sunny side up, occasionally chatting with Dee Dee when she came up to get a drinks order from the coffee bar, or smiling at Nick when he dipped out of the kitchen to head for the bathroom. He'd been quiet lately, too, and it kind of bugged me. Had I done something to offend him? I'd grown good at that of late, what with the whole restraining order from Albert taken into account. I made myself a cup of coffee, thankful for a slowish morning at the cafe, and sipped it while I turned the case over in my mind. Nothing made sense. How could it be that all my main suspects had alibis? And how was it that they were connected to Gwendoline and to each other? Could Shelley and her father Dan have conspired together to kill Gwendoline? But that didn't make sense either because both of those suspects had alibis. I'd abandoned my mystery journal at home, privately frustrated by my lack of clues. I had nothing new to write in it, apart from failure at every turn. The door to the sunny side up opened, and a middle-aged woman with stringy blonde hair entered. She looked like she'd been dragged backward through a bush, her clothes expensive but in disarray, though she wore a bright smile as she approached the counter. "Hello," she said. "How are you?" "I'm great, thanks. And you?" "Doing good. Just got back from vacation," she said. "Bus ride down here was terrible, but the vacation—" She inhaled through her nose, her grin broadening. "Perfection." "That's wonderful." I couldn't help but like this woman. She'd set me at ease right away. "You're new around the cafe, aren't you?" she asked. "I haven't seen you around here before." "Yeah, I'm Rita's niece, Sunny." "Sunny. Nice to meet you, Sunny," she said. "My name's Carrie Jones." I blinked, my hand faltering halfway to meet hers for a handshake. Carrie Jones? My mind flashed back to the call I'd put through to this woman after finding her booked on Shelley's schedule on the day of the murder. The woman on the other end of the line had been croaky-voiced, nothing like the Carrie standing in front of me. "That's my name," she said. "Feel free to wear it out." I forced a laugh. So, how long have you been on vacation, Carrie? And what can I get for you?" "A cappuccino would be heaven. I've been on vacation for, around a month. Used the last of my inheritance to go away for a while. I needed a break, you know. Lord knows, I love this town, but the people can be over the top sometimes." I murmured agreement as I made her cappuccino. A month. A month. She hadn't been in town to book a hair appointment with Shelley. But then, who had I spoken to on the phone? "I'll take that cappuccino to go, please, Sunny," Carrie said, spotting the mug in my hand. "I've booked an appointment at the salon." She pointed at her limp hair. "I need to get this mop fixed before Gwendoline has the place closed." I nearly choked on my own saliva. "I'm sorry, what?" "Oh, you haven't heard?" Carrie asked, leaning in, eyes bright. "See, the cut and curled salon is going to close soon. A little birdie told me Shelley is way behind on her rent for the salon, and Gwendoline Meyer owns the building. She's a tough one, our Gwen, head of the Baking Biddies, if you didn't know. I... Cat's got your tongue, Sunny?" She winked at me. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I thought quick on my feet. Say, Carrie, we've started collecting the email addresses and phone numbers of our customers lately. We want to start doing newsletter and text messages to inform people about specials at the Sunny Side Up. Would you mind giving us your details?" "Sure, I love this cafe." Carrie opened her purse and extracted a card from within. She handed it over and I completed her cappuccino, accepted her money and bade her farewell. How I managed to keep a straight face while my heart was making sincere efforts to beat itself out of my chest was a mystery. The minute she'd left, I slapped the card she'd given me on the counter and brought out my phone. Carrie hadn't been in town on the morning of the murder. That meant the alibi Shelley had given me was false. Now I had to prove that was true. The number I'd phoned couldn't have belonged to Carrie, but someone pretending to be her. I bet it was Shelley herself. I opened the picture Dee Dee had snapped and sent to me showing Shelley's booking schedule and found the number for Carrie Jones. Except the numbers didn't match. It wasn't Carrie's number. Shelley didn't have an alibi, and Shelley's father had inherited everything from Gwen. Could it be that the pair had worked together to get rid of her? That now Shelley would keep the salon open and not have to pay her back rent? I had to find out. I navigated to my contact, found my aunt's home phone number, and hit dial. "Hello, Sonny, sweetheart. Is everything okay at the cafe? No incidents so far?" "Auntie," I struggled to breathe out of sheer excitement. "I've figured out who did it." I needed hard evidence to prove that Shelley was in financial distress, and then I could go straight to Detective Garcia with my findings. "Tell me everything," Aunt Rita said. Chapter 31. If my sleuthing adventures had taught me anything, it was that evidence was necessary before the accusation. Too many times I'd accused people of being murderers without actually having anything to back it up. Heck, I'd done the same to poor Albert the other day. "You don't have to come with me, Auntie." I touched my hand to the cylinder in my back pocket. Our insurance policy in case things went badly. It was, of course, my can of mace. "This is dangerous. If Detective Garcia catches you doing anything illegal..." "Sonny, dear, I doubt he's going to arrest me for Gwen's murder," she replied sharply, walking arm in arm with me along the boardwalk. "He took a buccal swab and my fingerprints the last time he interrogated me for hours, and I haven't heard from him since. If what you say about Albert is true, he's already eliminated me. My DNA wasn't on the murder weapon because I wasn't near Gwendoline. I wonder why he never took Shelley's DNA, or followed up on her alibi. I mean, surely he would have done a more thorough job than I did in finding Carrie Jones," I said. "Maybe." Aunt Rita raised her voice as we passed the Hungry Alligator. It was late in the evening, but the place was alive with activity. "Maybe he's already onto her and he's trying to get the last pieces of evidence to prove it was her. Or he never asked for an alibi and suspected her to be the killer." "I find that hard to believe. Garcia's thorough," I said. "A good cop." "Yes, he is, but even the best cops slip up and miss things." "Things this obvious?" We turned the corner and headed toward the salon, affecting an easy stroll. The Cut and Curled would be closed by now, and we'd have to find our way in to get the evidence we needed. Find our way in being another term for breaking and entering. I'd committed to doing whatever it took to find the killer, and so had my aunt. Thankfully, the street was pretty empty, the lights in the surrounding stores off and their shutters pulled down for the night. But surprisingly enough, there was light coming from within the salon. Not from the main room where women got their hair cut and styled, but through a door that was open in the back, affording a view of the office beyond. "Look," Aunt Rita whispered. "It's open." And indeed, the glass front door of the salon was ajar. This wasn't what we'd expected, but I wasn't about to look an evidence horse in the mouth. Aunt Rita and I approached, quietly, and opened the door a little wider. We slipped inside and navigated across the room, keeping to the edges of it and trying not to bump into any of the chairs. Voices traveled from the office, and Shelley appeared, framed in the doorway but facing the other way. "Serious about this?" "I've got to do what Gwen would have wanted, Shelley." "Dan. It's Dan Carter, Gwen's fiancé. What she would have wanted was to get me out of your life. Shelley snapped at her father. And you were okay with that. I knew I should never have trusted you. Never trust a man. That's what Mom would have said. Shelley, you know times have been tough for me, she continued. Jim left. Honey, I know. But that doesn't change the fact that you have to pay your dues. You can't expect a free ride from me because I'm your father. You have to be a responsible business owner and pay your rent. You wouldn't renege on a loan from the bank, would you? Spare me the parenting, Shelley replied, lifting a hand. You weren't there for me during my childhood, and you're not here for me now. I thought you said you wanted to improve our relationship. I do. Of course I do. But letting you go back on your word isn't how this works, Shelley. Dad, Gwendoline's gone. You're not under her thumb anymore. You don't have to do what she wants. A sharp edge had entered Shelley's tone, and shivers traveled down my spine. Dan had no idea what he was dealing with. I was convinced that he hadn't been involved. Shelley must have gotten rid of Gwen by herself, believing mistakenly that her father would save her business and allow her to skip out on paying rent for the salon. It's not about Gwendoline, Dan said from within the office. It's about you accepting your responsibilities, Shelley. You haven't done that since you were a little girl. You blame everyone else for your problems. Your mother enabled you, but I won't do the same. Good for you, Dan. Aunt Rita had gone stiff as a board, as if she sensed the danger on the horizon too. If that's how you feel, Shelley said, then I guess I have no use for you either. Excuse me? I approached Gwendoline about my debt when you two got engaged. I figured she'd be more understanding because she's family now, but she wouldn't listen either. Shelley reached into her back pocket, right in front of the doorway, and withdrew an item. It's a knife. She flipped the blade open and gestured toward her father. So I'm going to do to you what I did to her, unless you plan on changing your mind and helping me. Shelley, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious, Dad? She disappeared from sight. Don't, Dan yelled. Get away from me. Aunt Rita and I both broke into a run, crashing half into each other, into the chairs in front of us, scrambling and finally making for the door. We burst into the office and found Shelley half turned toward us, holding out the knife, and clearly stunned by the sudden burst of noise from outside the room. Dan had his hands up, terror in his eyes. Put it down, I said, pointing at Shelley. She gaped at us but didn't drop the knife. Now, Shelley, Aunt Rita commanded. Dan, circle along the edge of the room toward us. Shelley knew she was caught, and her mouth thinned into a nearly invisible line. Don't move, Dad. Dan didn't listen to her. He circled toward the exit as my aunt had commanded him to. A car door slamming outside the salon was the tiniest of distractions, but none of us bothered with it. I told you not to move. Shelley lunged toward her father. I whipped the can of mace out of my pocket, lifted the safety tab, and released a jet of orange liquid toward her. It hit Shelley squarely on the nose, and I had a millisecond to marvel at my aim before she broke into a coughing mess. And so did we. It was an enclosed space, and the spray filled the room with an unbearable, eye-watering sting. Aunt Rita and I wiped our eyes, backing away, as did Dan, but Shelley, who'd gotten the brunt of it, dropped her knife and fell to her knees, clutching at her eyes. Out of the way, Miss Charles. Detective Garcia's cool voice spoke from the office's doorway. He strode into the room, flanked by Officer Phillips and another officer I hadn't yet met. One of them opened the windows while the other herded us out into the salon's main area. Detective Garcia closed in on Shelley. We watched as he read Shelley her rights, slapped the cuffs on, and handed her off to an officer who transported her past us, stumbling, tears and mucus streaming down her face, and out to the waiting police car. Detective Garcia emerged from the office, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief. "What did I tell you about getting involved, Miss Charles?" he asked. "Something about not doing it?" I winced, expecting the worst. "That went for you too, Rita." Garcia frowned at her, displeasure emanating off of him. "I had this situation under control. We'd gathered the last piece of evidence to arrest Shelley for Gwendoline's murder, and you may have ruined everything. Your interference could give Mrs. Brooks' defense lawyer an excuse to get her less time in prison. Or a not guilty verdict. Two amateur sleuths asking questions, harassing Shelley and other members of the town, perhaps influencing an active investigation. They'll rip our investigation, the one we've worked so hard on and poured hours into." "Excuse me, Detective Garcia?" Dan said. "That's your name, right?" "Correct. These two women saved my life tonight." I pressed a hand to my mouth, nearly overcome by emotion. Aunt Rita wobbled a bit on the spot, as shaky as I was. "I'll happily testify that I invited them here," Dan said, lying through his teeth and saving us a lot of trouble. "I needed an insurance policy when meeting Shelley. She's been unstable for years, and I knew she wouldn't take me turning her down well. They did exactly what I asked, and they haven't harassed me at all. They were here to witness Shelley's behavior, and they saw exactly what she did. She tried to stab me, and they stepped in at exactly the right moment to save my life." He hesitated. "In fact, they got here before you did. A few moments more, and you would have arrived at another crime scene, and Shelley would have escaped." Detective Garcia didn't say a word. It looked as if he'd forgotten how to talk. Dan cleared his throat, glancing at us and thinking quick on his feet. "You see, I hired them, specifically Miss Charles, to investigate the case. All off the record, of course, because I was sure that Shelley had something to do with Gwendoline's death. Anything they've done has been on my orders." "You'd testify to that on the stand?" Garcia grunted. "Yes." "I'm unhappy you didn't trust the police with this investigation. All due respect, Detective, but if I'd left it to you, I would have been lying in a pool of blood right about now." Another grunt from Garcia. "Fine," he said, "but I'll need to take statements from all of you, and you'll be expected to appear in court in a few months once a date for the trial is set." "I'll add it to my schedule, Detective." Rita offered him a taut smile. The detective walked off to talk to Officer Phillips in the corner, shaking his head. "Dan, thank you," I whispered. "Thank you so much." "Thank me. You saved my life," he replied. "I only wish Gwen could have been saved too." Aunt Rita sniffled, in part from the mace, but mostly from the emotional experience, and hugged me, then Dan. We'd made it through another murder case in Parfait. Hopefully, it would be the last one. Chapter 32. The Sunday after the arrest. I rocked the porch swing back and forth with the tips of my toes, my palms wrapped around my coffee mug, grinning at Fudge and Bodger's antics. My fluffy brown dog and my aunt's black cat played a furiously paced game of tag in the front yard. Budge would dart after the kitty cat until Bodger turned and chased him back, at which point the dog would yip out a surprised bark and jump high in the air. It was all the entertainment I needed. The savory saltiness of cooking bacon drifted from the open door to the cottage. Aunt Rita had dismissed me from the kitchen, claiming, and rightfully so, that I only got in the way when she made us her special double cheese omelets with bacon crisp topping. It was fine by me. After a frenetic few weeks, I wanted nothing more than to sit back and relax with coffee in hand, Fudge, Bodger, and the distant crash of ocean waves on the beach for company. Amelia and Justin were out in their front yard, the toddler running around and chasing bubbles blown by his mother, occasionally letting out a delighted squeal. A perfect Sunday morning atmosphere. For once, I didn't have a care in the world. The case was solved. My aunt's name was clear. The psychotic Shelley was behind bars and had been arraigned for first-degree murder and attempted murder. The sunny side up was doing its usual trade, and the more time I spent in the café, the more familiar the faces became. People who had treated me with suspicion at first now smiled at me when I served their tables. I was finally starting to find my place. The only question I had left was the break-in. Had it been Shelley? And what had she been trying to get at in my aunt's safe? A door slammed next door, and Nick strolled down the path in front of his cottage, dressed in a neat short-sleeved shirt and a pair of slacks. He held a mug of coffee and waved at me from his yard. I waved back, grinning. Nick took a step toward his front gate, glanced back up at me, and wavered on the spot. "You okay?" I called over. Fudge barked and streaked after Bodger again, completely unfazed by Nick's presence in his yard. Nick didn't reply, but came over, his gaze fixed on me, blue eyes sparkling and giving me all types of butterflies that had no right to exist. "He's a friend, not interested in you. Remember that." "Sonny," he said, gesturing with his coffee cup. "Mind if I join you?" "Sure. You're more than welcome to. I can ask Rita to fix you an omelet, too. I'm sure she wouldn't mind." "Nah, I don't want to stay for breakfast. Thanks for offering, though." Nick sat on the porch swing beside me and fell into an awkward quiet that wasn't like him. "Are you sure you're okay, Nick?" I frowned at him. Will you have dinner with me tomorrow night?" The words rushed out of Nick. I sucked in a breath, and the butterflies doubled in size and fluttered intensity. With dinner?" "Dinner," he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Sonny, I don't know if you've realized, but I kinda like you. A lot." "The Jasmine?" His ex-wife, who despised me with her entire being, had left Parfait, but her legacy remained, in that everyone had believed Nick and I were having an affair to start with. Of course, that wasn't true, but what if they thought that now, or... "I couldn't care less what people think," Nick said. "Or what Jasmine thinks, for that matter. She's my ex for a reason. We weren't happy for a long time before the divorce, Sonny, and she cheated on me for Pete's sake." He sighed. "I want to move on from that part of my life, and I'd like to take you out. Get to know you better when you're not trying to solve cases, getting into trouble, or serving coffees." I blushed. "Nick, are you sure?" "Never been sure," he replied, taking my breath away with his gorgeous smile. "What do you say? Tomorrow night sound good?" The willpower that held back my forbidden crush dissolved into nothingness. "Yes," I said after a beat. "I'd love to go out with you." "Good." And then he kissed me on the cheek, giving me another thrill, and left me sitting there, shocked and pleased in equal measure. Nick laughed at Fudge, who rushed past him and paused at the gate, looking back up at me. "Pick you up at 8. "I'll be waiting," I whispered, touching my hand to my cheek. Joy swelled inside me. For once, I was looking forward to what next week would bring, murder or not.
This has been Murderoni and Cheese by Rosie A. Point, narrated by Abigail Reno. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more cozy audiobooks.